Da-da. Da-da. It's a Friday. You made it. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It is 61 degrees right now. Going to get up into 68 at some point today, but the rain's back. Rain, cloudy, a little rain in the morning. Afternoon will be dry, a little more rain late tonight, and then rain all weekend long on and off.
Oh.
And it will be as hot as 74 on Saturday.
All right.
So, yeah, look, I'm happy. In fact, it's supposed to rain every day until a week from today.
Really?
At some point, at least according to what I have on my
This sucks.
Okay, calm down. I do want to apologize. We almost were late for the show because I'm trying to post pictures of sexy dads on my Instagram.
Oh, okay.
As
Don't
we
most
do.
guys in the morning?
At 6 a.m.
Today is the last day for you to submit yourself for the 2025 WCMF Rochester Sexiest Dad. As of this morning, I believe we are now over 50 sexy dads.
That's got to be a record.
It's funny. Every year we say this, and every year we forget to count how many guys submit themselves. You have until noon today. Voting starts next week, and lest we not forget.
What was that?
The winner of this year's 2025 Sexiest Dad takes home a beautiful watch valued at $500 from our good friends over at Heritage Jewelers.
Damn.
So get your sexy on. No, the reason I'm trying to, there are 3 dads that had the balls to go shirtless in this year's competition. Sexy Gary, who we know is sexy.
Well, yeah.
We discovered Shay from Webster last week. That guy's all cut up. And then
What?
I don't know this guy's name because he is new to the competition.
You don't know his name?
I don't know his name. I mean, it's on there. I just didn't say. I tried to keep the names out of it when I was going to put him on Instagram. I'm going to show you his picture.
All right.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
So Shay,
That's outstanding.
Shay and Gary, they have the bodies they're trying to impress. This guy here, Kimmy, who's the hot dog cooking shirtless guy? I don't have his name in front of me.
Showing his skills.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got it. Matthew.
Matthew, yeah.
Matthew, he's from Newark. He went a different direction.
Yeah.
He's grilling hot dogs.
But he went full dad.
Yeah, he did. Black socks in Crocs, cargo shorts, and he's got a man's body.
He's bare-chested.
Yes, yeah. I will say this.
Right.
Nipple to gut ratio, pretty good.
Okay.
You know what
All
I'm
right.
saying?
Yeah.
Because every once in a while, you'll see a guy and either his gut is too big for his tiny nipples or his nipples are far too big for his gut. If Matthew's got one thing going for him, perfect nipple to gut ratio. So, again, today, your final day to submit. You have until noon. Good luck, all you sexy dads from your friends here in the break room on CMF. We were talking about the rain.
Yeah.
The one thing that sucks about it raining this weekend is one of the biggest festivals now in Monroe County will be affected.
Yeah, in the hottest town.
It is hot.
It's the hottest town right now.
Yeah, you're talking about Fairport, Vegas?
Mm-hmm.
What do they
The
call it?
Strip.
So Canal Days kicks off, is it today?
Probably tonight.
And let's not forget, there's also now Canal Nights.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, because you got all those nightclubs.
I guess so.
Okay, well, that's what, they are.
The
technically-
discotheques.
They are.
They do have a range of bars, yeah.
On
they got the
Broadway.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
we are Festival Town USA.
Yes, we are.
And there's a whole bunch of stories all over all the news stations locally this morning talking about the activities that will be happening at Canal Days. But you saw those stories and yet an interesting
Well,
thought.
you know how you kind of have your favorites. You have your go-to festivals, and then every once in a while you branch out to one you've never really been to or haven't been to in a while, and for whatever reason, it just doesn't feel right.
Okay. So
Or it doesn't feel as homey or welcoming as the other ones you're used to.
So you feel like
because you're a little bit out of your comfort zone.
you feel like you don't fit in at Canal Days?
Maybe. I just
Too old.
I mean, well, is
I
that
wouldn't
it?
say
You
it's
think?
old.
Well, if you haven't been down in a while, you were young when you were down there.
The last time I was there was probably a while ago. Yeah.
Yeah, now you're old.
Yeah, but
Homeowner,
do you think?
Ooh.
husband,
Ooh.
But
dog, mortgage.
do you think that it's it's a younger crowd? There's a mix of ages though.
Yeah,
I
but
wouldn't
you
say
just-
being older.
But you were
makes me
looking at it
feel
through young
uncomfortable.
eyes. Now you're looking at it through your old crusty ass eyes.
My
Crusty,
old crusty eyes.
crusty eyes.
You
Crusty eyed
can't
Kimmy.
hide
Damn
your crusty eyes.
Uh,
Kimmy, all right.
I thought we were gonna go. Keep going.
Well, no, we do one
Sorry.
line. Everybody knows how that. Look, now Kimmy wants to. Everyone knows songs with the Tommy
Well,
and Pat
you
thing.
know, I just
So, Kimmy, you don't think it's so much age. You think it has more to do with socioeconomic level.
no, maybe it's just what you're used to, the places that you frequent are different than that.
Okay. No, I think
I don't know if it's so much like an East Side versus West Side thing, or just like you have your favorite go-to festivals, and once you branch out a little bit, it doesn't feel right.
All right. I mean, like to Kimmy's point,
Yeah.
Canal Days, although they've existed for a long time,
Oh, yeah.
only recently became like a Monroe County-wide festival.
Right.
Like it blew up with Fairport blowing
It's
up.
not a neighborhood thing anymore.
Well, but that's just it. There are lots of people from Fairport that have been going since they were itty-bitty babies.
Sure.
Right? I would guess a lot of people, although it's a fun event, do feel like a little more, I mean, maybe anxious is the wrong word, walking into that situation not knowing what you're supposed to do, as opposed to a thing like Lilac Festival, whatever your local carnival is, Jazz Fest, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it doesn't prevent people from going.
No, but that place will be slammed.
Are you going to go?
No.
I don't.
Too old.
Oh, my butt hurts so bad.
My butt does hurt.
Fairport's so much better than Pittsburgh. I can't handle it. In my butt still. Look at my butt. I'll drag it on the ground.
I've aged out of festival.
Well, you kind of bring that up too, and maybe this is a sign of me getting older, but like if I'm unfamiliar with the area and I won't know where to park, I'm out.
What are you doing?
You're me.
What are you doing?
Like if I go there and I'm like, I mean, I know it's going to be really busy. I know it's like if you don't get there by a certain time, you're kind of screwed. So if I'm not comfortable with driving around and finding a parking place, I think I'm less likely to go.
Yeah, here's my rule too.
Let's throw another old man thing on there.
I got a rule. If I have to park and shuttle, I'm out.
Why?
Yeah, I don't park and shuttle.
I ain't
either.
parking and shuttle.
I'd rather just like Uber and get dropped off.
Right. I don't want to wait for a shuttle. Then I got to wait for another shuttle
Which
to go
I realize
home.
is kind of a shuttle on its own.
Yeah.
But the shuttle makes it easier. I like the shuttle.
No, it sucks.
No, I would much rather shuttle than get stuck in traffic.
But the problem with shuttle is you're going to sweat. If it's a hot day,
God, yeah.
you're sweating on
All
that
right.
shuttle.
Kids.
I wanted to defend you, Kimmy, about the old thing, and then you just kept
I know.
talking, and I could no longer defend you.
I
Yeah, I'm
know.
out.
So I've never been to Canal Days.
Ever?
What?
Why would I go?
You never went down with me?
No.
I am surprised.
No,
like
I always said something going on that night. No, I can't do it. Can't make it out there.
Yeah, like I'm surprised like nobody's dragged you there. Like you didn't meet people there because like there are people I know that are huge Canal Days people and like they will not miss it every
Yeah, our
year.
boy who lives there was like the mayor of that thing.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, nice guy. I never ended up there. Like I grew up in Gates. I never went to Fairport.
It was nice.
I had an aunt that lives like I have an aunt that lives on like the edge of Fairport.
Yeah,
Right,
that
but
makes sense.
That's as far as I got.
Wow.
Like I didn't even know like the village of Fairport existed until like 15 years ago.
It's the most condensed festival because it's just right in that little area. So you don't even once you're there, you don't have to go far to see everything.
Well, I will say a couple of years ago, my wife's friend had like a get together that had nothing to do with Canal Days, and she lived like a mile or two away from where it was all happening, and it looked like Woodstock. All the people walking towards Canal Days.
Oh yeah.
So like from that point on, I was like, I don't know if I want to deal with all that.
It's crowded.
And like I don't need any more art. Is there a lot of art?
But I don't know anymore. It used to just be food and music.
Rochester's most in-touch morning show. Nobody knows about Canal Days.
You know they got art and all that other. They got to have all that tchotchkele stuff.
Well, but okay, you look at like a thing like Park Ave. That was like an art festival, but it wasn't. It
Right,
was a
it
party
turned into
festival.
everything, yeah.
Right. So like I mean, what is the vibe?
It's kind of like I would say if it's anything close, it would be Park Ave.
Okay, but
That style. Why do you put out a question and then when you get an answer you don't like it, even though you've never been?
I didn't say.
Explain all that to
I
me.
didn't say anything. No, I simply would like to point out. You don't even really know what Park Ave's about.
Yeah, I've been to Park Ave.
No, I know you've been to Park Ave during the Carter administration.
Yes. Once they went to no open container, I left.
I'm saying, like, Park Ave, even when the open container, it could get out of control. And I don't mean in, like, a dangerous way. I mean, like, a
if
party
you
way.
were a
No, I'm
young
talking about what
person,
you're
like,
looking
you were
for.
there.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have all the beads and garden crap.
No, because, like, the way you put it, like,
Carvings.
Fairport Canal Days was a family fun, but now I got to drink out and a party, and everyone's out at nightclubs and the discotheques.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Loud kids, teenagers.
I mean, that is one of the, it seems, one of the nice things about Fairport, because there are a couple of towns, Fairport, Spencerport, Brockport, where those little villages close to Monroe County, where you can just let your kids go, and you don't have to worry about them.
Yeah, you ain't doing that at this one.
Well, but you can do it in Fairport normally.
Yeah,
Oh,
I guess.
like if you're just walking around on any other weekend.
Well, yeah, so, like, for example, my daughter's hockey team,
Yeah.
they had their first practice of the year because, June 1st. And then afterwards, they had, like, the parent meeting. And we were in the village of Fairport, and a couple of kids that live in Fairport were like, we're going to go walk around. And all the parents were like, okay. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
Like, they just let their kids roam around, like, the greater Fairport
Well,
area.
it's like Mayberry, right? It's pretty quaint.
That's what I mean, right? Like, normally you have to go way out in the sticks to see that happen. But there are some towns where, that is nice as a parent, like Spencerport, Brockton, Fairport, things like that. Just
old school.
Yeah.
Go. Is Pittsford that way?
Yeah, you'll see kids walking around without parents. Teenage kids, like young, like your
like middle and high school kids.
Oh, yeah.
Like riding their bikes around.
Yeah. Because it's Pittsburgh.
Okay. You're making a face, though, kind of.
I know.
Like
You don't seem
kid.
confident.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not happy about it.
Okay. Well, but that's why you moved to a place like that, though, is so you have the ability to.
I moved there because it was free.
Okay. 252 WCMF. We're talking about Fairport Canal Days. Kicks off this weekend. Not to confuse with Canal Nights. By the way, they have a cover for Canal Nights.
Well, yeah, because it's all music, right?
Okay.
Oh,
It's all
so you
cover
got to
bands.
pay to get
Into the bars.
No, I think they have a cover.
Like to walk
get into the
around?
festival?
I think that there is a festival. I could be wrong. 252
I feel like
WCMF.
that'd be hard to regulate, though.
I thought it'd be like just if you go into the bar to hear the music.
Can you Google that? Because it said on 10
You could be right. Maybe in certain areas.
It said on 10 NBC there was a cover for Canal Nights.
Oh. Or maybe they close off a street with an outdoor stage?
Canal Mornings. Don't even get me started about that.
Oh, yeah.
You know how to, which, we're only a couple years away from that. Come have breakfast down with rubber ducks.
Well, don't forget, you also got the Fairport Music Fest coming up.
Is that different?
That's different from this.
Okay. Why? What's the point?
Why not?
Well, what do you mean, why not? It's the same thing.
People go to it.
Okay.
Hey, stop having fun twice.
Oh, are you?
Knock it off.
You're going to take that angle?
Young people.
You're going to take that angle after all the crap you've talked on this show for all these years? Well, I just don't get why you need two festivals.
People want it.
It's like, why not have a...
Well, one's a night one for music. Is that a day festival?
No, I get it, but Canal Nights is also that.
Yeah.
It's
So
like
you got three festivals, really. Yeah, Canal Days, Canal Nights, and then Fairport Music Fest.
and then like this
And
weekend...
then Fairport Days.
This weekend is also the Spencerport Carnival, I believe.
Yes.
The Fireman's Carnival.
Yeah. So it would be like having another Fireman's Carnival a month from now. It's the same damn thing. You would laugh at that. Oh, you do bus-ass two carnivals.
Canal Nights. It does look like there are tickets. Tickets are $10, and you can purchase them in advance. I don't know what time that starts, though.
In touch with Rochester, Canal Nights.
I'm not spending $10.
9 o'clock? Or
Hear
7
music I
o'clock?
can put on my transistor at home.
I mean, you're not wrong there.
Yes.
Yeah,
A
it
lot of
looks like
Margaritaville.
After 7, you may need a ticket.
After 7?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's when the first band starts.
That's when
looks
the
like.
night starts.
Okay, no.
You can't do it till the night hits.
It's okay. First of all, that's 2 more hours of sunlight, so it's
Yeah.
not when the night starts. Second of all, tonight, like if I want to go after work, what, I got to sprint down there for 15 minutes of free fun? And do they clear everybody out that's out there already to make
Well,
them
they
pay?
probably start shutting down the outside stuff for the night, and then they force you to go in to hear the music.
But like, let's say that I'm already in like a bar down there. They're like, hey, get out. Go pay your $10. Come back in.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
How do you regulate that? Fairport.
Get a jump on it, man.
And if you don't do that, are there chances that'll like
Oh.
go half an hour early,
Bro.
hide in the bar, and they'll be like, hey,
Half the people at that event are chins.
at Fairport Canal Days?
Oh, yeah. They're chins.
Really?
Yeah, they don't spend.
Well, no, I thought Fairport spent.
No. They don't spend. That's why they get to live in Fairport.
Oh, really? It says
Yeah.
Pittsford.
Yeah. What? You call me King Chins?
Well, I don't know, guy who wouldn't go to Park Ave Fest for a $5 parking spot. 252 WCMF. So we were laughing that there are 2 Fairport festivals.
Yeah.
Turns out we're wrong.
How many?
Jacob's on CMF. Hey, Jacob, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm good, guys. How are you?
Good, man. What you got?
Sorry, I have some crap in my throat.
You're good.
The Steel Rail Revival, July 26th. 80 bands are going to be in Fairport Village. So that's just another thing they're throwing in.
All right, that's 3.
That happened. I started a few years ago.
Okay, that's 3. So we got 3 festivals then?
At least, yeah. I'm probably forgetting one, but at least. And with the the road shut down, everything's detoured. I think they're going to cram all that into an even smaller space this year.
Oh,
That's
man.
So good
Get
luck.
ready for the complaints, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
well, I mean, it is.
Good luck.
It is Fairport. Look, Jacob. Good luck, dicks.
Complaint fest.
Enjoy fun. Hey, do you live in Fairport, Jacob?
I work in Fairport.
Okay, are you going to Canal Days or Nights or mornings this weekend?
I'll stick around in the morning because I'm going to be there, but then I'm getting the heck out of there when the crowds roll in.
Okay.
What's they say? Once they start putting up the cones, get out.
Jacob, enjoy your weekend, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Hey, thanks, guys. You too.
Yeah, there goes Jacob. All right. Have fun this weekend.
Yeah, enjoy.
Whether you're hanging out on the west side at the Spencerport Fireman's Carnival, the east side at Canal Days, or at your house.
Yeah.
We got a dynamite wherever you're going. Got a break up for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to creep it up, buddy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also, just after 7 o'clock. Most of the time, the stuff we talk about is for men.
Yeah.
This is a study about women.
Ooh.
And it's not good.
For the ladies or for the men?
For the ladies, health-wise, but it's probably also not good for men that women are doing this because turns out ladies have gotten into drinking like hard, specifically here.
Really?
Like in our area. And when you find...
Y'all drinking like men.
Bro, you drinking like men?
Y'all drinking like men?
I mean, I guess it's appropriate with Canal Days and the Fireman's Carnival this weekend that we bring this up.
I wonder what they're drinking.
I'm going to tell you what they're drinking.
Because certain things are down nationally.
Yes. It seems that as certain women get older, and I don't even mean like elderly, I mean just like aging.
Like in their 40s?
30s and 40s.
They shift?
Things get harder. And I'm not talking about the type of alcohol. I'm talking about how much they're consuming.
Pounding.
Because when you find out what percentage of women in our area are qualifying as binge drinkers.
Damn, girl.
And there is an argument that it's men's fault.
What? Yeah, of course.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy. All right.
Yeah, buddy.
Number one rule, if you go to any festival this weekend.
What's that?
Pee inside.
Pee inside.
Well, don't go out. In a toilet is what I'm saying. Like, don't go outside to pee because there is a man who is in some serious trouble this morning.
Where'd he whiz?
Well, look, I am always one, Tommy, that defends outside peeing.
Yeah, but you got to use your head.
Well, no, that's what got him in trouble in the first place.
Oh, no.
This one is, if the allegations are true, indefensible.
So was that wide open?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. you know I'm very pro peeing outside.
Oh yeah.
I
You're an outed wizard.
Well, no, it's not like I enjoy it. It's just there are certain things that exist in our society that make it necessary sometimes.
Well, plus we can do it.
Well, yeah. Well, women can too. We've talked about this.
Yeah, but it's hard.
You just pop a squat. You're
Yeah,
fine.
but it's wait. You got to admit.
All right, fair.
I'll take our situation over theirs.
Fair enough. But there are circumstances because not even I, the champion for outside peeing, can justify what this man is accused of.
So what happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. It turns out there is a food that we have been buying more of recently.
Yeah.
And as far as our economy goes, that's not a good sign.
Oh, it's like busted food?
I believe they call this a recession indicator.
Yeah,
and here's
busted.
the thing. It's not a busted food. Everybody loves this food.
Yeah, but if it's like now it's like part of your daily diet.
Yeah, this being part of your daily diet might be a problem.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, man. You know, if you grew up with not a lot of money,
You did.
it's not a fun experience. Anybody that's done it knows it.
Yeah.
However, this may be the first time in history, or there are times in history, where having that experience benefits you a ton.
Okay.
And we'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Penn Yan.
Man, what is with Penn Yan and peeing?
No,
I bet you we've
he
had,
is right.
I bet you we've had 5 guys busted for whizzing in Penn Yan
Well, there
over the
was
last couple of
one
years.
guy, I guess, that was a repeat offender.
Oh yeah.
You talk about the Penn Yan Pier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A 57-year-old man
57?
was arrested after police say he was seen taking a leak
Where?
in the middle of a busy intersection.
Wait, he stood in the road?
Well, when you got to go, you got to go.
Witnesses say they were just like standing there watching him when he started urinating in the middle of the street. Now, we don't know what time of day. We don't know the circumstances surrounding it. And again, these are just allegations.
Sure.
He was arrested at the scene. He was taken into custody, charged with disorderly conduct, and he's got a court date coming.
Yeah.
All right, so I think all three of us in the room can agree. Peeing in the middle of a busy intersection, not right.
Yeah.
Should be illegal.
Yeah.
But we can also all agree that not all outdoor peeing should be illegal.
Okay.
Because there are folks who, in emergency situations, end up getting arrested and charged with some same charges as like sex offenders.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? And that's not right. So I think it might be time that we in the break room and all of our friends listening come up with a standard across-the-board rule when it should and shouldn't be illegal to pee outside. What are the circumstances in which it should be completely free and legal to take an outside leak?
Well, okay, so I have a question. If you are hiking, camping, whatever, I mean, like, there are people that, like, if you're really doing serious camping and go to the bathroom in the woods, right?
Yeah.
Is that technically legal, or is it just nobody sees you, so
No,
you're fine?
I think it's technically illegal.
It's technically illegal?
Yeah, I mean, you're in public. Go
I mean,
to the
a
bathroom.
deer could turn you in.
Oh, I was just curious because I know it's like it's what you have to do
I
if
mean,
you're really camping.
There's nobody out there that's going to see you.
Sure.
Right.
But let's say there was somebody on the other side of those trees that looked at your penis. I mean, you took your penis out outside. That's against the law.
Yeah, once the penis is exposed, you're in trouble if somebody sees it.
You got
no
it.
matter where you're at.
All right, but with that in mind,
Right.
Tommy, finish this sentence. For you to be okay with a man taking it out and going in public, he needs to what?
Well, first of all, like, he needs to be aware of his surroundings.
Okay.
So, no child, and you have to be, your back has to be to the public.
Okay, but see, that can be difficult because public is everywhere all the time.
I understand, but like in the situation that you're in at the moment,
Okay.
if you have to turn your back to the public,
Okay.
no children around, and you have to be off and get as far away as possible.
Okay, well, as far away as possible can be California, man. You're being too New York State law vague. We need to nail this down.
I don't think it can.
All right, so I like your first point.
Yeah.
No children present.
Right.
That can be within shot of you. I also like the second point of you're back to everybody.
Yeah.
Can we fix the law to say back to the people you're aware of? Is that fair?
Well, that's the only people you could do it
Well,
to.
no, because there are people that think they went off and went to the bed, and then somebody sees them from another side, and that's a penis, you're under arrest.
But I'm saying I can only be.
You can only face one.
I can only fix what I'm aware of.
That's my argument. Because,
But what are you peeing on?
okay, let's talk about that.
All right.
What am I legally allowed to pee on?
You're not allowed to pee on buildings.
All right, no building pee.
You can't pee on hard surfaces.
Give me a hard
That's
surface.
a thing.
Any kind of hard surface that won't absorb your pee. So it's got to be gravel, grass, dirt. It can't be on
Driveway.
sidewalk,
Okay.
driveways.
Okay.
the intersection of Penn Yan.
Is that a real thing?
No, he's just making his own law.
I thought you were saying that was an actual law.
Okay, but see, folks would argue gravel counts as hard ground.
No, but it'll at least absorb the pee.
Yeah,
My rule is no runoff.
No runoff.
It has to go into the ground. And gravel will do that.
As a man who has peed on gravel at several Bills games.
I was going to say, Bills games,
It'll
where
run.
you're going to see that.
How does it run if it's on gravel? It's going to go right through the gravel.
It just depends on how well that gravel's in there, buddy.
Right.
Sometimes you get some tight packed gravel, now your pee's everywhere. It's bouncing back up. It's hitting your bumper. It's all over your shoes.
Ooh.
I mean, extenuating circumstances, you deal with it.
Yeah. All right.
Kimmy, would you like to add anything? Because, I mean, the female aspect of this.
It's tough. That's hard. I mean, you got to, like, really find a hiding spot if you're going to go to the bathroom in public.
Let me ask you a question. Are you offended when you see women on the side of the highway squatting in a ditch to go to the bathroom?
No, I mean, I get you. I mean, that's an emergency situation. I get it.
Tommy, are you offended when you see women on the highway squatting in a ditch to go to the bathroom?
It is a little shocking when you see it. But aren't you a little shocked when you see it?
Well, they got to go. You got to go.
I mean, we've had some friends that were girls that we knew back in the day that were pretty open peers when we were like all hanging out.
Yeah.
And it would be a little graphic, man.
Okay. But, like, you wouldn't be offended at a guy standing in a ditch is back to the highway going to the bathroom.
Well, I've seen that. I don't see women peeing very much.
Okay.
And
yeah, you got to pay for that premium, actually.
Oh, you do, bro. $12? Come on. Yeah, I would be a little shocked.
So you would not put that in your law. That should still be against the law.
I'm not saying it's against the law, but I'm a little shocked because I'm surprised she's doing that exposed in the public.
Well, what other choice does she have?
I get it, man, but you are exposed.
I don't think you get it because you're arguing against it.
Well, I can see your goods.
Well, but okay, what do you mean you can't see her goods?
Bro, when those girls were squirting when we were around.
Oh my God.
You could see the goods.
Oh my God. Bro,
you didn't bro, we saw those girls good.
You're flying by like 70 miles an hour. Unless you slow down and you're like, oh, you're not seeing the goods, you creep ass bitch.
But let's say you're stuck in traffic because I told you like going to sometimes you get stuck in long lines of traffic for hours.
Yeah.
People get out of the car and have to go to the bathroom with their kids and stuff.
Yeah.
You'd see that.
Okay.
And you get a good look at them goods, son.
252.
Oh, the sunshine's hitting them goods.
That sounds like more of a you thing than a them thing.
What do you want from me?
Not to do what you're describing.
I'm a guy looking at her stuff.
What are you? I'm just a man standing here in front of you looking at your stuff.
Yes.
252 WCMF. We started this discussion about a 57-year-old man in Penn Yan who was arrested after police say he started urinating in the middle of an intersection. And you can't justify that.
No.
But I think there needs to be more specific laws about where and when you're allowed to pee in public. We're trying to figure it out. So Tommy's rules so far are only peeing on ground that will absorb the pee.
Right.
You have to pay back to where all the people are.
Yeah.
Right.
Back to the public.
And no children around.
Right.
I think that's fair so far. 252 WCMF. Brad's on CMF. Hey, Brad, how are you, buddy?
Duffy, what's up, man? How are you?
Good, man. What you got?
Well, you know where I tailgate at the Mafia House.
Yep.
There's people 10 feet from me. I walk over to the truck door and open the door. I haven't peed in a porta-john at the Mafia House in 10-plus years. The owner told me don't waste plumbing on urine.
No, I mean, I think that the Bills parking lot is a completely different discussion.
I mean, the grounds around the Bills stadium just have to be full of pee.
Urine soaked.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to, yeah. I don't know what that's going to look like in decades from now.
But you guys are saying you got to walk like way far away. As long as your back's to the public, I mean, I open a truck door and stand there with my back to the public. There's people 10 feet from me. I've never had anybody say anything.
But you can see your stream, man.
Well, no, it depends
on...
But, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can see the stream, but no one's complained. I mean, like, everybody does it there. No one's complained. But I've done it at concerts, any of them places, and no one said anything. I mean, if you're turning around, standing, just peeing where everybody can see you, but if your back's to them, I've never had an issue.
All right, so Brad says pee anywhere you want, buddy.
Yeah.
Let it fly.
As long as you don't see your knob.
Brad, thanks for the call, buddy.
You're good to go.
All right, there you go.
You can't hide that squirting knob.
That doesn't even rhyme. No, I mean, there is a way to do it even more covert at Bill's parking lots. Like I told you about the laundry detergent bottle system.
No.
You get a bottle of laundry detergent.
Yeah.
When you're done with it, you cut the tip of it off, like the scoopy part.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you can fit your whole junk in there. You bring that to the Bills game. You open up both doors So you have a full blocked urinal, and you stick your dong in the bottle. You will not out pee the detergent bottle.
How
they
is that
sell-
not fun?
They
What
sell-
man, what if you better not confuse them detergent bottles.
Yeah, you
No,
don't bring it home and
no,
use it
yeah.
again. You just wash it out when you're done.
I thought you throw it out.
No.
Wait.
Yeah, you're not going to.
You reuse it.
Yeah.
Why?
It's called recycling.
So there are some guys I know that would put it through the dishwasher.
Oh my
no.
God. Pee in the dishwasher?
No,
Yeah, yeah.
that
No,
seems
why would you bring
One
that
of
unnecessary.
the
home?
worst Michael Jackson albums ever, After Blood on the Dance Floor, was Pee in the Dishwasher.
Why would you bring that home?
Well, what I do, I just take dish soap, I put it in there with water, shake it up for like 3 minutes, and then I dump it out, and it's clean.
No, it's not clean.
Why is
Well,
what's
but
wrong?
it doesn't have to be clean. I mean, you're just gonna pee in it again.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I
Right,
just,
you're in on this?
Well, I'm just saying, like, you don't need to clean it, really.
I just don't want it to smell like urine.
Yeah.
How
And
about
what
you
just-
throw it out?
Well, 'cause
and
then
you get
but
another
then
one.
you need a new one.
Yeah,
you
I'm
gotta
not-
wait for I mean, I don't know how fast you go through the.
Stock them up. You can stock them up all year.
Let's talk about it now. I'm not going to wait
God.
now.
You people are effing animals.
First of all, why
you're,
say you
you're,
people?
you're just openly peeing in
No.
the detergent bottles that you save.
I'm not openly peeing.
I
My
wouldn't
penis
touch
is
any of your goddamn tailgating food.
By the way,
How much whiz are you ingesting by proxy in that joint?
whiz by proxy.
What are you doing with the detergent bottle?
Yeah, I'm not touching my
Yeah,
penis at all.
I'm just putting the
Well,
lid
okay, I'm
on
touching it to put it in the
tray.
bottle.
Yeah.
And yeah, multiple guys will use the same bottle. So my penis.
Wait. You guys are gang peeing the same bottle?
Not at the same time, but yeah.
Well, no, but multiple penises will touch that Tide
Well,
jug.
you got to negotiate your penis into the bottle so it doesn't touch the sides.
I'm getting sick.
I just want to point out they do make those pop-up tents now.
Yeah, it's too much work.
It's just a pop-up tent.
I don't want to buy.
What's a pop-up?
So it looks like it's like a one-person pop-up tent, and people will put like a bucket in there or something, so you can go to the bathroom in the tent.
What are you, the Marines at
I'd rather
Guadalcanal?
do that than like open a door where
How
people
about
can
go
still
use
see
the
ya.
goddamn porta john?
Because I'm
man,
going to
those
lose.
are pretty gross.
Those are gross, and I'm
Yeah.
going to lose
no,
40.
this is gross.
If
No,
I were
you're
you, like the more sanitary thing is to find another option if you have one, because those, I don't know if they ever clean those things, and I don't want to know what you're touching every time you open and close that door.
Not to mention, I'm losing 30 minutes at tailgate to stand in line to go pee. I'll use my bottle. 30 seconds,
right.
I'm done. You don't want to use the bottle? I'll bring the bottle in here. We don't
No,
have to leave the room.
I do not want to use
Oh my god!
dirty ass pee bottle.
Like your penis is some kind of like royal penis. I know where that penis has been.
Yeah, but I've talked about your mother like that. But no, I don't want to get some goddamn whiz disease on
Whiz
my penis.
disease.
Yeah, I'll get like
Disease?
penis warts.
Everybody on hold. I would love to talk about your penises a little more, but we are out of time.
Oh god.
The fact that we are buying this food, which by the way is the delicious food,
Okay.
comfort food, it's not good according to economic
So
experts.
it's not a healthy food.
Well, no, I mean it can be healthy.
Oh.
It's just the fact that it's so inexpensive
Yeah.
most of the time. It says something about what we're trying to do. And we'll tell you what that food is.
Yeah.
Because like there are people that grew up in households that didn't have a lot of money.
You poor folk.
And that sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks. However, in times like this, it's a massive benefit.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. We've got some good news and some bad news.
Oh, what happened?
Well, the good news, folks who had it harder growing up, maybe in an advantage right now.
So that tough upbringing.
Yeah. But the bad news, it's because you're going to have to rely maybe on your old skills.
Ooh.
Because, Tommy, when you grow up a certain way,
Yeah.
you learn how to eat as inexpensive as possible.
Yeah, you struggle.
Yeah.
You eating low.
Okay. Which means, based on what we're about to share with you,
Yeah.
you and your family will have delicious things to eat despite buying some cheap-ass food. Why are you laughing? This is a legitimate skill.
I'm sure it is. I can't wait to hear.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, creepy time.
Yep, Creep Cap coming at you. Also just after 7. Women, turns out, in our area have an increasing problem with this.
I knew it, man.
What do you
You
know?
knew
I
it?
talked about this
Shut
before.
up, man.
You know, how long have I been talking about like box wine drama?
Bok choy. We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story starts with soup.
Soup?
Soup. Campbell's, the soup company,
Oh, yeah.
has sold a ton of soup the last couple of months.
Really?
Yep, their profits are way up. And that's great for Campbell's.
Yeah.
But traditionally, it's bad for the economy.
Okay.
When folks buy soup, it means they are looking for cheap meals to make at home.
Yeah, they stretch.
You got it.
Mm-hmm.
So either they have stopped spending money or they don't have the money to spend.
Yeah.
And we saw a similar story last month, Kimmy, with the rise in the sale of frozen pizza.
Yep.
Bottom line is this. It looks like folks are skipping restaurants.
Staying home.
Yep, and to cook at home more. And if
And
you-
cooking low.
Yeah. Well, with soup, you got to cook low and slow.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that. And if you're trying to save money cooking at home, there are a group of people who are at a major advantage right now.
Who's that?
Folks who grew up busted.
Soup kids. You were kind of soup kid.
Soup kids.
You were, though.
I would wear a T-shirt that said "Soup Kid."
Because soups are like your last option.
No, and soups are delicious.
Yeah.
No, but I'm
We got
saying,
a
like-
nice variety of soups.
But you can't get much lower than a can of soup.
Why is that low?
It is. It's not, you don't come home, oh my God,
I
got to get home. I got a can of soup waiting on me.
Chicken noodle soup. I could eat chicken noodle soup every day.
You give me a good squash soup out of a can.
Well, now you're going squash soup.
What squash soup is also inexpensive.
The hell it is,
You can
man.
get-
Campbell don't even make no squash soup.
I think they do make squash soup.
Oh, maybe on their upper brand.
They're upper squash
upper
brands. Okay.
Campbell's Kitchen or something like that.
Shut up.
Squash soup.
When you grow up without a lot,
Yeah.
you learn certain things that you don't realize you're learning.
Did y'all soup?
Yeah, there's a lot of soup. Like grilled cheese and soup was a prime
Yeah.
standard in my house.
Mm-hmm.
You also start to love certain foods when you grow up like that you don't realize costs next to nothing.
Yeah.
And that skill serves you well for the rest of your life. Because there are some busted recipes, Tommy, people have learned to make amazing.
Yeah.
And to this day, even though you don't have to eat them or haven't eaten them since you were a kid, you still kind of long for those
So
recipes.
like buttered noodles?
I love buttered noodles. Noodles, butter, salt. Got to be egg noodles, though.
Yeah, yeah. The bag, that wide bag of noodles. Okay.
Okay, why are you saying it like that?
I mean, it's good, but no
What?
sauce, no meatballs.
Well,
No squash.
I understand that's what buttered noodles are.
Yeah.
And you can throw some squash in there. Nobody's going to yell
All
at
right.
you. All right. Help me out.
Mm.
252 WCMF. 252-9263. What is your favorite busted recipe since childhood? Have you gone back to making it? Because here's the thing. We share this stuff. It helps people. Legitimately.
Yeah.
Like, Kimmy, what was your favorite busted food recipe when you were a child?
So I don't know if this qualifies as busted, but this was always what my dad made when my mom wasn't home. It was just toast with tuna fish and like a slice of melted cheese on top.
Okay. So like half
Or
a tuna
tuna
melt.
Like a tuna melt.
Yeah.
But it was like I loved it, and I don't know, like that was one of my favorite like simple foods that we would eat for dinner.
Yeah, because can of tuna costs less than $1.
Yeah.
Right? Throw a little bit of mayonnaise in there, piece of toast, piece of cheese. That's a good meal.
Right.
Right? You got your carbs, you got your protein with your fish, you got a little bit of dairy with the cheese. You're golden.
Okay.
And you like eating that to this day?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I enjoy it. My husband thinks it's a little gross. I don't know why.
I mean, you're either a tuna family or you're not a tuna family.
Yeah.
He doesn't get the cheese part. I'm like, I don't know. I thought that was a normal topping.
Yeah,
for
cheese
tuna.
on fish is usually a no-no.
But
in
that's
an
a-
Italian house.
But
anyway.
that's a tuna melt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Do you like tuna melts?
I haven't had one. I like melts. Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, you know,
It's not my go-to melt.
okay, what is your go-to melt?
Oh, the patty melt.
All right, that's too expensive. We can't make that.
All right. Because like for me, I would say like a low food that's good, grilled cheese.
Did you have grilled cheese growing up?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know. You had like a mother that was like making 5-course meals every day for every meal.
So a grilled cheese with bacon is delicious.
Nope. Now we're out. Can't afford the bacon.
Well, we could.
We're looking to keep it cheap here.
All right, I would say just flat ass grilled cheese.
So you would eat a grilled cheese today?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a delicious sandwich.
No, I agree with you. I love grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, can you adult up a grilled cheese a little bit?
Well, you'd have to add some meat to it.
Well, or
like maybe some tomato. Like you got to add
Bacon,
a little bit of
ham.
okay.
certain types of bread, maybe.
Oh, you know what'd be
fancy
good?
it up.
Fried bologna.
Well, again, we can't afford.
Well, you said how do you adult it up? Bologna's pretty cheap.
Okay, pretty cheap, but we're trying
I
to
bet you
stretch our
bologna's
budget.
pretty dirty.
This is why I hate guys like him. This is why I hate guys like
Why?
him.
Can't wrap his head around it.
Oh, you want to fix your budget and spend less money? Let's add more things. I was saying like
Catch of the day. How about catch of the day and a grilled cheese?
I was thinking like add a third piece of bread and make it a triple decker
piece
grilled
of
cheese.
bread.
Triple decker grilled cheese, bro.
All right, that may be good
I mean, can't go wrong.
All right, the number one cheat meal, and I think that
as low as you can go.
the only way you enjoy this is if you grew up on it. Is chip beef on toast.
Yeah, it's kind of like army food.
Yeah, it was a Depression.
Like
World War
even the
II.
army doesn't serve it anymore.
But it's calorie dense, so it
Yeah.
goes a long way. It is unbelievably cheap.
You used to call it a S on a shingle.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
And it's super easy to make. And there is nothing that tastes like it. I love chip beef on toast.
So what? Is corned beef hash the same thing? Or is that something?
No, this is dried beef.
beef, right?
Just straight up dried beef.
Because my brother-in-law used to eat that.
The corned beef hash.
Yeah,
Yeah.
out of the can.
Whoa.
I mean, he put it in a frying pan.
Okay.
Oh.
With eggs.
Yeah, I get down on that.
It's nasty, but
It's
good.
not nasty. It's
nasty.
delicious, bro.
It looks like dog food, man.
Okay.
It looks like Alpo.
It is delicious.
Do you, when it comes to like the frozen foods, do you see that as like a cheap meal? Because that's not always like a cheap thing, but it is like a go-to, like a quick go-to meal.
I guess it depends on what we're buying frozen, because there are some like things that are unbelievably
like-
expensive.
yeah.
But we talked about the frozen pizzas that you can get for like $3-4
Yeah.
now, right?
Yeah, the cheap ones.
Yeah, that's a pretty.
So like, because I'm thinking like a lot of frozen foods were kind of like that go-to cheap meal for people.
those bags of
You
veggies
could keep
too.
it forever.
I mean, if it's less than $1, and you're right. It's
Yeah.
there to have it.
Stock it up.
But like those bags of frozen peas, broccoli, spinach, like frozen bricks of frozen spinach will send you around. Why are you making a face?
I know what you're saying, but like blocks of frozen spinach just sounds
Gross.
when you
Like I'm
say
gonna
it.
find a finger in there.
They're delicious. They're cheap, and you
The
can do
finger?
1,000. Depends on whose finger it is. 252 WCMF. Campbell's posted almost record sales in the last quarter because folks are buying more soup, which is great for Campbell's. It's bad for the economy, according to experts, because that says people are spending more
Struggling.
money,
We're
yes,
struggling.
on cheaper food. And if you grew up busted, you have a way to save on what you eat when times like this show up. We got folks sitting on hold. Salt writes us on Instagram.
What's he saying?
Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. My struggle soup was ramen noodles and tuna.
So it's just
I know
that's
people
just a
that do
tuna
this.
casserole, basically.
Yeah, it sounds gross, but it's actually.
I don't
I've had
like-
it made where it's really good.
I don't like hot tuna fish out of the can.
Oh no, I thought people ate it cold.
No,
Wait,
because the ramen.
Yeah,
I'm
the
thinking-
ramen we heat it up.
ramen. I
Yeah.
was thinking of like the tuna, like I almost would call it like a mac salad where people put tuna.
Yeah,
in it.
with
Have
the
you ever
little
had
circle-
Yeah,
the circle pasta.
Dude, that's good.
So Salt goes on, you can make it fancy with a hard-boiled egg. I ate that until I was around 25. So-
Make it fancy with an egg.
well, but again, I'm always afraid of ramen now
Why?
because it's just like a bomb of sodium.
Oh,
Like that can't.
that's why it tastes so good.
But you can't. It can't be healthy to eat a brick of dried noodles and then here's a mystery seasoning you put in there. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Duffy, good morning.
Hey.
Buddy, if Tommy doesn't like hot tuna from the can, he's going to the wrong bar. Anyways, our meal back in the day was fried potatoes and pieces of hot dog.
Fried potatoes and pieces of hot dog. I'm down on that.
Yeah, man, it
I'm
tastes
down
good.
on
Yeah.
that.
Grandma used to do it in a cast iron pan. You'd load it up with ketchup. Best food ever after a couple dubs.
With your grandma?
No, Grandma didn't smoke. She cooked, brother.
Joe, thanks for the call. Potatoes are
Grandma didn't
Smoke she
smoke,
cooked.
but she cooked.
my favorite Ribs, Arkansas. No, like you get a bag of potatoes, those things will take you around.
Well, yeah, because
Yeah.
you're Irish. Like it's what saved your people.
No,
Yeah,
but-
we weren't a potato family. Like it was a pasta thing.
Okay. I guess, yeah, that is funny, the difference between Irish and
Yeah.
Italian, right?
Yeah, just whatever your base food is.
Yeah. Excuse me, Nate writes us. My dad used to make bachelor dinner when my mom was gone.
Bachelor dinner?
Mac and cheese with ground beef. Unreal.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
got to be tasty.
But that's just it. Sometimes making stuff cheap is just like zhuzhing up basic stuff.
Yeah.
Like
Add
this
some protein in there.
exactly. To this day, I love mac and cheese out of the box with hot dogs and corn.
Oh,
Right,
corn.
corn.
Yep, you drain the corn. You take
I've never had
can
it
of
with the
corn.
corn.
Yep.
I've had it with the hot dogs.
the hot dogs, corn, box mac and cheese.
And you put it all in there in the same thing?
Yeah. It's a lunch. You add two things that are cheap, makes it a dinner.
All right.
It is amazing the difference the hot dog and the corn will make. And I think that the soup sales, Tommy,
Yeah.
are a perfect example of this because the amount of thick soups you can buy, throw some rice in there and a vegetable, you got a real meal all of a sudden.
Well, you got a little goulash.
That's what I'm talking. Oh, I love goulash. I haven't had goulash in so long.
It's because it's like old food
But
that nobody cooks anymore.
It's so good.
And it also doesn't sound good.
No,
Okay.
no, they could have picked a different name.
Like you couldn't put that on a menu at a restaurant. Hey, tonight's goulash night.
There has to be a
There's
restaurant
got to
that
be a
sells
place.
goulash.
Yeah.
No. It
Bro,
would
the
have to be
Eastern
some-
European neighborhoods we still
It
have.
would have to, yeah, it would have to be in one of those neighborhoods, because you couldn't do it in like Pasty Town.
Don't let me down.
Pasty folk don't eat no goulash.
I'm as pasty as I get. As you get. I ate goulash a ton when I was a
Really?
kid. My mother used to make it though with like the stewed tomatoes.
I
that
thought
were
she couldn't cook.
No, well, you don't have to cook to make goulash.
Yeah, well, you gotta have a little skill.
No, it's boiled pasta, meat,
gotta
and
stew.
tomatoes.
Yeah.
But like my mother used to make it with like they what do you call those tomatoes where they're still full tomatoes but they're in a can?
Yeah.
Stewed
yeah,
tomatoes.
Yeah.
So like you'd have to eat like it's like scoop of pasta, scoop of beef, and like half a tomato.
Wait, she didn't cut the tomato up?
You'd eat the whole
It would like
tomato.
cook down.
Yeah, but you gotta cut it.
Well,
know.
I don't know. Is that what you're supposed to?
I don't
Yeah, I
know.
want
I've never
some
had the whole tomato.
Tomato
Well,
wad.
no, it was
I got a
just-
whole tomato wad in my mouth.
It was like chunks of chunks of tomato. So as we're getting all these folks on Instagram writing us Duffy on WCMF, there are potential problems with the cheap eat. The first being, most of the time it's probably not the healthiest idea.
Well, soup's like full of sodium.
Yeah, you got that.
Yeah.
I mean, goulash doesn't sound
Yeah,
great.
yeah. It's
hot
all
dog,
pretty.
mac and cheese,
yeah.
right? Okay.
You're gonna get fat.
That being said, if you're replacing eating out with this type of stuff, probably not much of a difference. The bigger problem could be if you are in a relationship, because different folks were raised different ways, and Kimmy just touched on this. It can be hard if your partner grew up in a better situation than you to now sell them on a busted menu because your husband doesn't want hot tuna.
No, I don't think he's.
But isn't he even like a beefaroni guy? Like pastas?
Well, so we had this argument early on in our relationship. He loves
SpaghettiOs?
SpaghettiOs.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, you don't like SpaghettiOs?
No, I
SpaghettiOs
like
are
SpaghettiOs,
nasty.
but his argument is SpaghettiOs are better than like homemade spaghetti and meatballs.
No.
Like he prefers.
No.
He prefers
That's
like
Italian
the
dog
canned,
food.
the canned like SpaghettiOs, beefaroni, whatever is in a can. Like he thinks that he used to at least. I don't know if he still feels this
Yeah,
way.
that's like last resort. Food.
But that to him was like he made the argument like I prefer that.
I love beefaroni.
Because I understand 'cause you didn't know any better.
Why do you don't patronize me?
Why? You didn't.
I know. I just say I eventually grew up. I know other things. I just still like these things.
Ugh.
You can like good and
It's
bad.
mushy pasta and rancid sauce.
When's the last time?
I don't know why, but now the smell of SpaghettiOs kind of grosses me out.
Yeah, because it smells like a can of ass.
You're a bad person.
It smells before you heat it up.
It does.
I
It's
can eat
toxic.
I can eat SpaghettiOs cold.
Ugh.
Straight
my,
up.
my brother used to eat SpaghettiOs cold.
Ugh.
All right, I want to get the vote in the room on this one, and then we'll move on.
Right.
Because this is standard po food. Ethan writes us, the classic peanut butter and fluff. How does the room feel about peanut butter and fluff sandwiches?
I don't like the fluff. I like the peanut butter.
Okay, so
Fluff's too sweet.
so that you're out.
I don't like jelly.
What?
You don't like jelly?
I'll eat a peanut butter sandwich, but I don't want peanut butter and jelly.
You don't eat peanut
You psychopath! Who eats a peanut butter sandwich?
a
How do
dog?
you chew it?
A dog?
It's too sweet.
What?
But it balances out the stickiness of the peanut butter.
I like it sticky. I like a good sticky meal.
Like that would take you an hour to eat that sandwich.
No, I can get it down.
And he doesn't drink milk either, so he's drinking it with a peanut butter sandwich with a glass of water on the side for dipping.
Ooh.
Kimmy, peanut butter and fluff, you in?
I was never a fluff person.
By the way, fluff looks gross, man.
It's just marshmallow.
I think
Yeah.
even when you eat it, it's like nasty.
I'd rather go PB&J.
I was never a big fluff guy either.
Yeah.
But there are people, I did see this thing on Instagram the other day. So it's people sitting by a campfire. They take a peanut butter cup, They dunk it in a jar of fluff.
Oh my God!
It comes out marshmallowy. They
All
heat
right.
that up, put it on graham cracker.
You need the crunch of the graham.
It's like
cracker, though,
sweet
with that.
bull semen.
It's like a s'more with peanut butter.
Yeah. All those things go together.
Okay. The other thing, if you have kids, this can also be an issue. Because if you're young, you can get away with this stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of it's fun food. But like if you have middle to high schoolers that aren't used to eating like this, they're gonna push back.
Oh yeah.
You can't introduce them at that age. It's too late.
But I mean, they are at that age too, Kimmy, where you can explain, here is the family budget. This is what we have to do.
Maybe.
Yeah.
They'll understand that. So good luck with your cheap eating.
Oh.
And go. Who doesn't eat jelly?
I hate
It's a
jelly.
weird one.
Okay, let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Creepy.
I'm never going to be more creeped out than just finding out you don't eat jelly on peanut butter. But we have more disgusting things, Tommy said here in a second. And look, I need you to listen before you jump to
I will. What's going on?
It is jarring because when you find out how many women in our area qualify as now binge drinkers,
Booze bags.
and it's not the group of people, actually it depends on, I guess, how you think.
Yeah.
Because normally when you see folks that have addiction problems, they're younger and they come from certain areas.
Yeah.
It's not the case here.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on CMF. This is not good.
Oh.
Not good for health.
Yeah.
And this has to say something more than just where ladies like to live and drink.
Mm-hmm.
Because although we are responsible for what we put in our bodies,
Yes.
there are outside factors that can lead some folks to reach for a bottle more than others. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
You say a lot of disgusting things.
Thank you.
Like I only eat peanut butter. I will never get over.
I only eat a peanut butter sandwich.
You do not eat peanut butter and jelly.
I don't put jelly in my mouth.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap. Happens now on CMF.
Oh, you feel that? That's creep running down your spine. It's the creep cap on WCMF.
I can't get enough.
Did you have to take such a big bite?
Nobody's going to take it away from me.
didn't mean to take a big bite.
There's still half left.
Working on it right now.
Not when his mama gets a hold of it.
God,
That's what she says. Ate the whole thing. Down it goes. Not even Saturday night.
All
Did you
the-
see him at Dick's? Yeah.
I think your mom works there.
Shut up.
She shines everything up nice. This is her shining the museum pieces. Wax on, wax off. I can't roll joints. I'm not good with my fingers. Unless I'm at your mama's.
Okay, like don't lash out at me.
And I give her all the pocket squares she can handle.
Don't lash out at me.
Oh, sticky.
You
Strip
Sure.
down, boy. Sun's out, nips out. I mean, when you're with her and you got satellite tail over here and over there.
satellite tail.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
The Russians first went in space with that.
And you Sputnik all over.
For him to smugly say, "Oh, I got it here," and you found it.
I went to and then I was
Math, what town is that? Sucksville, USA.
no, that's where your mom lives.
Damn it,
She's the queen.
Kimmy. She's the queen of a town.
She's the queen of Sucksville. Get the crown and everything. Queen suck, they call it.
Shut up. No, it doesn't
Oh,
say.
the tomato squirts. Worst Heinz product of all time.
Well, no, it was my least favorite Chubby Checker song. Come on,
Oh,
baby.
Let's do the tomato squirts like we did last summer.
It's so good to be a creep.
The creep cap on CMF. Women in New York
Yeah.
like to drink.
Damn, girls.
Like alarmingly so. So
Empire State, baby.
a new study shows women in New York are at a higher risk of alcoholism than most other states in the U.S.
Wow.
And this report shows that 13% of all women in New York qualify as binge drinkers.
Wow.
Binge drinker,
Yeah.
so we're clear, is defined as 4 or more drinks in the time frame of a few hours. And this study went on to show more surprising things.
Yeah.
First off, female high school students are more likely to be binge drinkers than male high school students.
So even a young girl.
What the hell's that about, Kimmy?
I thought the
No,
drinking
because-
was just down.
It was. Across the board for youngsters, drinking is down. But this study says, despite that, young girls are more likely to be binge drinkers than young men.
That is interesting because I thought maybe the result of the study or the reason why it could be in New York more so than other places was maybe because there's more like working women in New York. So that may lead to more stress, more anxiety, more people coping with alcohol than in other places in the country, maybe.
But this is teen,
But
no,
the teen
this
thing,
specific part was teen girls.
yeah, but the
which doesn't
teen
even
thing is
is
a little
more than the
confusing.
boys.
Yes.
Because I could even think like young adult women, maybe like in like college age women drinking more. But
Okay,
the
well,
teen thing,
You're wrong there, too.
Okay.
So here's where it gets even more surprising.
Right.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. White women in New York were the most common binge drinkers at 18%. So almost 1 in 5 white women are binge drinkers by definition. And it's not, Kimmy, the college kids driving up the number. The most likely female binge drinker in the state of New York is a white woman between the ages of 25 and 34.
Okay.
Young
Just coming
professionals.
into adulthood.
Yeah, you got it. It's young professional time. Now, I mean, that goes back to your theory,
the
Kimmy.
stress thing.
Working women,
Going out.
stress, anxiety, all that
Yeah.
stuff.
So
Yeah.
maybe
Well,
there's an increase in it.
is it going out?
Well, you're going out with your friends. You have the time. You're probably not tied down at that at 25.
25.
So you probably
yeah.
go out with your girlfriends and have drinks on a weekend and weeknights.
But I guess to that point though, like why more in New York than other places?
It's a good question.
because there's some drinking states that we're crushing, I guess.
Well, I mean, I know. Here's the thing. I don't have actually where
yeah.
New York showed up. It just said we were in.
Gotcha.
We
Okay,
were
I
in, I
thought
think
we
it was
were
the top
like-
10.
Okay.
But I mean, it's possible that Wisconsin, Michigan, all those
Florida.
places. Yeah. Is Florida a big drinking town?
Florida's a big everything town.
Okay. You do love to not to defend Florida, but you do love to put all of the bad things on Florida with no data.
Yeah, but you know I'm right. I never get any
I'm
pushback.
asking.
I could say any outrageous thing, nobody will question it because it's Florida. Because think about that, Florida has that kind of weather where it's always drinking season.
Okay, but
like
see,
we drink more in the summertime usually, right? Because we're outside with festivals and going out.
Oh no, I thought it was the opposite. I thought the cold weather being at home is what led to more drinking.
All right.
But I could be wrong. All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Why all of this sudden are women in New York hitting the bottle so hard? You said you have theories. You've been yelling about this for years.
Oh, I always thought over the years that they've just been drinking more.
But you can't tell me why.
Because they're going out more, because they have more freedom than they did before.
Okay.
They're getting married later. They're having kids later.
Okay.
So why wouldn't that open up a freedom to go out and have fun? Like, life's short, go out and enjoy yourself. So if you're not having kids until your late 30s, you've got all this time before we're like women from my generation usually were kids and tied down by 25.
Kimmy, would you agree with that theory?
I missed half of it. I'm sorry.
His
I was
argument-
taking
I'm cool.
a very strange phone call.
His argument is women are waiting longer to
Start families.
get married, start
yeah.
families, so that gives them more time to drink and have fun.
Yeah. I mean, that would make sense.
They have
right?
girlfriends,
Yeah.
they have crews they go out with.
Just more of a social life would lead to that.
Okay. It's funny because, like, as you say this, you're stating facts, Tommy, but it does. You have a hard time selling it like you're happy about it.
No, that's great.
They got crews. They go, oh.
No, they're drinking like men.
What is drinking like men?
Hard drinking. Boozing.
Okay.
What?
What about it?
I'm just saying they're more apt now to pound booze, where women in my day it was frowned upon.
All right.
A woman of my generation that drank hard was loose or was in trouble. She was a bad woman. She was a low woman.
Okay, let's talk about that, though, because it's possible that these numbers have increased since, like, the 1950s, 60s. 70s.
Oh, sure.
It's also possible that women of that time lied because your mother was a homemaker.
Right, but they hit it. Yes.
That's what I mean.
And my
right?
mother drank.
Okay,
a
so
lot.
you tell stories about
Yeah.
your mother getting drunk and having her, what did you call them, episodes? What
Oh, yeah, drama. She would go lock herself in the bathroom. We used to call her, drama time.
There you go. So,
Bathroom
like,
drama.
it's possible these women just didn't feel comfortable answering honestly, where women today
Yeah.
have no problem answering
All right, so they're more
honestly.
open and free, to my point.
No, but for you to say women that drank like that back in the day were loose women, although your mother was one, I agree with that. I would disagree with the idea that women weren't drinking. They were drinking heavier than we thought. Maybe not this heavy. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
It wasn't on the radar.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. A new study shows that women in New York are more likely to be binge drinkers than women in other states. 13% of all women qualify as binge drinkers in New York. 1 in 5 white women were qualifying as binge drinkers, 18%. And the most likely female binge drinkers in New York were white women between the ages of 25 and 34. Elizabeth writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. I fall right into that demographic. I know for a fact myself and my female coworkers drink a lot together. That's happy hour. And Kimmy was spot on about the stress from work, but also having the money to go out at this age versus my 20s. I love how, quote, I know for a fact that myself and female coworkers drink a lot together. Yeah, you're there drinking.
Yes.
I would hope you would know that.
Yeah.
If you didn't know that, that would mean you're drinking way too much. What doesn't make sense here
What's that?
is it the way that the alcohol industry itself has started to change? And I think this is more of a question for Kimmy. There are so
The way
many.
they market it?
Yes, there's so many alcohol options
Oh,
that are now
yeah.
aimed at women.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure like even since like we were kids that industry has exploded. And when it comes to the types of drinks, how they're marketed, like the whole skinny girl margarita era, like that was all just for women.
I mean, the liquor store is just endless wine, period, right?
Yep.
A Saturday event is to go on the wine tour. And then you bring up what you just brought up.
Yeah.
The White Claw, canned cocktails, fruity beer explosion the last couple of years. Like that, I know there are guys that are into those things. But Kimmy, I would imagine.
But you think like initially it was probably more to cater towards how women drink?
Is that weird to think?
I guess not. No, I mean, it makes sense.
252-WCMF. What?
They saw a market out there that wasn't being catered to, so they jumped on it.
Larry, I want you to honestly think
Yeah,
about
yeah,
this,
yeah.
all right? What role do men play in this?
Like, bear what responsibility for
Yes.
the rise of the lady drinker?
Yes. Now, it's possible that your theory that men play no role, that these are just women that are doing what guys were doing because they have the ability to do it, that's possible, right? Is it also possible that we're annoying the women we're with in a drink?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and we're gross.
And, like, women are way more social at every age than men
They have a
are.
bigger pool of friends.
Yeah.
They have a support system
Okay. And,
that
like,
men that just don't have.
and like guys, traditionally, drinking has always been a social thing for us.
Yeah.
It's one of the few social things. Is it now women spending more time with their partners, their husband, their boyfriends, drinking with them?
Yeah, it could be, right? You both have a cocktail at night or a couple of drinks.
Because, like, your dad was not going to take your mother out to the bar.
Oh,
no,
that's true.
I mean, no.
Because then she'd start knobbing everybody, and they'd have to go home. Hey, stop knobbing that guy over there. Stop it.
Yeah, it's more of a couple's activity.
Yeah, no, he wasn't going to knob that guy. It was strictly an Edie thing.
What was your question?
WCMF, I forget. I just got your mother knobbing every guy at a bar with you.
Yeah, I get it.
Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
I think I'm going to go the opposite way of what you guys were saying. We've been hearing for a few years now that loneliness is a severe epidemic in this country. And I'm thinking that when women are home, regardless if they're home from work or they're home as taking care of children or whatever, I think they're lonely and have more time. And I don't think they're trying to keep up with the guys at all.
Okay.
I think it's just they're home, they're alone, they might have some money. And to cure the loneliness, they're trying to, take themselves out of it for a while.
Okay. All right.
But I think the age group kind of fights that theory a little bit.
25 to 34?
25 to 35. Like 25, I would think like you still are surrounded by a lot of friends and have a little bit
Activity.
more of a social life activity. You're probably too busy to be lonely.
I mean, in the defense of Jeremy's theory,
I mean,
though,
it's I can
we
see
haven't
that,
been 25 in a long
yeah,
time.
I mean, I guess I could see that a little later on in life, but I don't know if that sets in your 20s.
I'm not sure either, but, some people estimate like 77% of Americans complain of loneliness.
Yeah.
So it has to
They should
span
call
all
each other.
age groups at that point.
That's a great idea. And all quick sidebar, Jeremy. If 70% of Americans say they're lonely, there should be like a phone tree set up.
Yeah. It's just,
Sign up
The
for a
lonely
friend.
line?
Yeah, call
you have a
up.
common interest. You're lonely.
I mean, I'm lonely. I call this show. I don't know how it's helping me,
The
but
lonely line.
Makes
whatever.
me lonely.
Jeremy,
Sure does, Dix. See ya.
have a good day. There goes Jeremy. By the way, I want to be clear.
Yeah.
Because the way this discussion is going, it sounds like women are drinking men under the table in New York.
Yeah.
That's not the case. Because we told you 13% of all women in New York State qualify as binge drinkers.
Yeah.
For men, it's about 20%.
Okay.
1 in 5 of all men of all ages.
Still going strong.
Over 18, yes, are binge drinkers in New York State.
So when they say that, they mean they have binge drinking is,
4 or more drinks in a matter of a few hours.
but is that daily or
No,
is
that's
that
just that is a binge
when you
drink.
drink?
Yeah.
That's how you drink.
You got it. Yeah.
Okay.
1 in 5. 1 in 5 men qualify as binge drinkers
All right.
in the state of New York. So we're still almost double the rate of women. Like we sit here, we talk about like, oh, what's going on with women and this is bad, and we're 2 times as bad as
Yeah,
them.
but we've always been bad.
But see, that's the other weird thing about this, right? Is I bring that up to you and you go, no big deal. We talk about this for 15 minutes. You go, oh, you're wagging your finger and coming up with reasons. Why?
Why am I
Why are you
judgmental on women?
judgmental and alarm on women?
Because you should know better.
Okay. What, we shouldn't?
Well, yeah, but we're idiots.
Okay.
I mean,
Shut up.
You've seen the damage that men do with alcohol. Why would you want to join that party?
You've seen the damage men do with alcohol. Why do you keep drinking?
I mean, think of all the
I don't
women.
know.
You can't absolve yourself of this stuff and just wave it
I'm
ahead.
lonely.
Wow. Is your wife listening, you dumbass?
No, only when I come in here I'm lonely.
Oh, my God. Go ahead, Kimmy. I'm
Because
sorry.
everybody's mean to me.
Think of all the women you alone have driven to drinking problems. Like, you are people like
one
you
chick went
are
back to crack.
bumping up those numbers.
I don't think she counts. She went back to the street. I don't know. But that's not my fault.
No, it is,
No, it
actually.
is.
You
No,
have
no,
the
you're in
freedom.
charge of your own
No.
happiness.
I'm not
No,
talking about
you-
making women drink. I mean the whole guys are binge. I mean, look, yes, there are outside factors, people that you're with, where you live, genetic stuff that decrease your chance to drink, right? But you can't sit here and go, be better than us. We've seen men destroy themselves with alcohol where you're going to go home tonight and have 3 scotches before you go to bed. That are actually 6 because you double pour. But I'm not judging.
That's how they pour at my house. You know, for me. But I will say this, though, I don't think women guilt or shame other girls into drinking. I may be wrong, but guys will shame a guy into having a drink.
Okay.
Or like, what are you drinking, man? You little girl. You drink? Come on, man. You have another one. Where are you going? Like, we push it on each other too.
Yeah, I guess I've never thought twice about what my friends are drinking.
But guys will do that.
So you never tried to like guilt a friend?
Like, where are you going, man?
No.
Could be a girl. Well, you are a girl, but drink anyway. Yeah, I think guys push it on each other too.
Okay.
It's part of like be a man.
Yeah.
Like you're not a guy unless you drink, right? You're not a regular
Or drink
guy unless you have a couple
certain
drinks.
things. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But I would make the argument where
You don't trust a guy that doesn't drink. Or you meet a guy that doesn't drink,
No.
you automatically.
that is not true. You don't look
You
at me and tell me what
automatically-
you feel and say that's how I
If
feel.
I say that guy don't drink,
I would not. Why would I not trust that guy?
you don't trust that guy.
No, you don't
He
trust
don't
that guy.
He don't drink. He don't cuss.
Don't drink. Don't smoke.
No cussing.
What do you do? No, I love how you go. This is how I feel. You feel that way too.
Yeah, I know
I'm gonna
you
say,
do.
No, I don't feel that way. I understand why some folks don't want to drink. I should
yeah,
be
but
someone.
at a point in your life, though, you may have felt that way.
Yeah, because I was young
Yeah.
and dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sticking to it. The dumb part.
Young, dumb, and old.
I like that.
All right, everybody at home, we got to move on. I appreciate the calls. I guess this is an inappropriate way to like transition.
Why?
Well, because we talk about how we're all drinking too much.
Yeah.
And there is a place just west of us that is arguing they should overturn a law that has existed in everywhere we've lived like forever. And we've just accepted it.
Yeah.
Right? We don't want to get in trouble. Okay, it makes sense. You don't really think about it. But when you really think about it,
Yeah.
there's no reason this should exist because what is the difference between me walking around my house with a can of beer and me walking around the street with a can
All
of
right.
beer? And there is an argument, and I think it's a good one, that this makes more money for this community.
Damn.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. You can't really make a good argument for this being against the law anymore.
All right.
And really, the logic behind it in the first place might have been stupid. A place west of us, is trying to make a change that should have all of us stand back and realize there is no reason to tell folks they can't drink here, but it's okay for them to drink 5 feet over there.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. This is it.
That's it.
You have until noon today to become one of the 50-some-odd dads that are posted at WCMF.com for this year's WCMF Sexiest Dad competition.
Damn.
The winner will take home a watch valued at $500 from our good friends over at Heritage Jewelers. And I got to be honest with you. The competition is fierce.
Yeah.
There are dads of all shapes and sizes, dads of all smiles, dads of all outfits.
All right. Something for everybody.
Yes, and if you want to peruse the competition, WCMF.com is a place to go check it out. That's where you also enter yourself. Voting will start next week. That's where it gets really interesting. So, again, you have until noon today. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. The city of Batavia wants you to drink.
Okay.
Well, they want you to be able to drink when you're down there having fun.
Like downtown.
They are toying with the idea of getting rid of the open container law in parts of downtown. And for those who may live under a rock, open container is you can't just walk on the street with an open can of alcohol, bottle of alcohol. Folks that are for it say it increases the fun atmosphere downtown by bars, restaurants, place they can have festivals. Bars want it bad. And it will allow people to go, Tommy, from bar to bar with a drink. It will allow people to take drinks outside, which is always a big issue for bars.
Yeah.
There are also folks that came out again it in a meeting last week. They ask you to please think of the children.
Oh, walking around drinking a beer in front of a kid.
Yeah, they say it's a bad example.
Yeah.
They also worry about drunks stumbling around on the street being able to drink.
You'd have that.
But the bottom line is
stumbling into their cars with a can of alcohol.
Okay, but I mean, driving and drinking is still against the law.
I understand.
And
that.
I can put my drink down in the bar and stumble out of the bar with no drink and get him out behind the
But now I can take that drink with me or ask for another one.
But you still would be breaking the law.
You are.
Okay. Why do I get the sense that you are against?
Oh, I am against it.
Abolishing open container.
Yeah.
Why?
It's not a good idea.
Why?
We already got an alcohol problem, man. Putting this out in the public and people walking around drinking, it's dangerous as crap.
Oh, you say this on the eve of Canal Days starting this weekend, where everyone will be walking around drinking.
Yeah.
Or at the Spencerport Fireman's Carnival, where you can walk around the beer tent drinking.
But at least they tense you up.
What is that? What is the difference?
I see people walking out. I just see people.
Yeah.
Partying too much now.
Okay.
Walking around with it, leaving the bar with it. It's dangerous.
I mean,
you're gonna turn into Louisiana.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What happened to my co-host of the last 15 years? Who are you?
I don't want to do it anymore, so you can't do it.
Nailed it.
What? Why? I open drink in my house.
Okay.
I walk around the yard, go down to the mailbox. This is a lot. My wife won't let me go any farther than that.
252 WCMF. 252-9263. Kimmy,
yeah.
Are you okay with Batavia getting rid of open container laws in certain places?
I mean, sure. I think that everybody has their own interpretation of this law anyways. I don't know if you've ever been at an event like this with somebody who's like, well, you can still walk on the sidewalk with an open container if it's in a fill in the blank thing. Everybody.
It's actually true, by the way.
But that's what I'm saying. Everybody kind of has their own version of it, and I think people do it anyways.
So let's break this down.
They just maybe cover it up better.
The bottom line is this.
Yeah.
Not only should Batavia get rid of all open container law, the state of New York should do away with them everywhere in New York. They are completely pointless. And I will give you multiple reasons why.
Okay.
What? Marijuana is legal.
Yes.
Okay. I'm legally allowed to go outside and smoke a joint, and that joint is going to intoxicate me.
They can.
What is the difference between smoking a joint and drinking a beer?
Alcohol is a different type of high. Can we agree?
Well, depending on the person who's using it.
Most people, it causes a lot of violent problems.
Well, no, not most people. It's not most. You're making a lot of sweeping statements with no data to back it up there, brother.
I would say
brother.
I will say alcohol has killed more people than all the other drugs combined.
Okay, I think that's a fair statement.
Combined.
But I don't know if that would increase.
Twice.
How would it increase if I'm able to drink on the street?
You're going to have people walking in the streets, falling down, sitting in the parks, bums drinking in the street. Bums drinking in the park now.
Okay.
Again,
how do you police
do you think
all
people
this?
aren't doing that?
We'll get to that.
No,
Kimmy.
you cannot. A bum cannot sit in a park and guzzle booze. The cop can throw him. in jail.
Yeah, which they don't do. They're going to write them a ticket. And I've seen a lot of homeless people that are really worried about getting tickets.
No, but at least but now that you can't do anything to them.
You can't do anything to them now.
You got to be walking down Batavia. You're going to be stepping in whiz and spent condoms.
That's also legal.
Drug paraphernalia, prostitution.
Wait, no, the drug paraphernalia would come
Mob's
because I'm not
going
allowed to
to
drink.
move in.
What?
You can't be publicly intoxicated.
Well, actually, no. We found out that was a lie also. Remember that cop called us up and it said he said there wasn't actually a public intoxication law?
That.
All right, on top of the marijuana, fine. We'll put the marijuana. I disagree with you, but let's put that one aside. As Kimmy just brought up, the open container law has always been easy to skirt because there's this genius way.
Switch it.
Yes, put it in a red Solo cup.
Which a lot of people do.
Or the brown paper bag.
There you go. That's all you have to do. Both of those things are legal. If I'm at a Bills game or the St. Patrick's Day parade downtown in Rochester or wherever, I can't drink a can of beer on the street. But if I pour the same contents of that into a red cup,
well, you're concealing it.
I can legally drink it.
You can't legally drink it. It's just concealed.
Okay, I am not going to get arrested.
Right, but you're still, like, if a cop walked by and saw that was beer and smelled beer,
nope,
you're in trouble.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I don't think that's the case.
Yes, he's not dumb.
I don't. Are you sure?
You're Irish. You should know.
So you're not sure? Because I know that I have done that a billion times.
Yeah,
and I have never
you're the
once
only
been.
person I know who's told me that. I mean, I guess I don't know anybody that's gotten in trouble for it, but I thought you could still get in trouble for it.
You could. That's what you're just concealing it.
Have you ever heard of anyone? And if I'm
brown
wrong,
paper bag, and I got a bottle of whiskey in there.
252 WCMF. People that have gotten in trouble for drinking.
I know people that have. I mean, I guess I don't know if it was necessarily the cup they had it in, but people that I know a couple of people that went to Brockport for college that got in trouble for open container, and they didn't have it in a can. It was in some. It was probably in a cup.
In the Solo cup. Okay. All right. And I guess. The difference going back to what I had mentioned before.
Yeah.
What is the difference between me walking down the road drunk and me walking down the road with a can of beer? Because if I live within walking distance of a bar, I'm going to be intoxicated walking home.
Yes.
That is not illegal. I can be drunk all I want on the street as long as I'm not causing problems. How does that make sense?
I think people are going to take that law too far.
Okay.
They're going to drink more. Yeah.
How can we drink more? How?
Because you could walk out with it. I could get another one and take it home with me.
Okay.
You know what I mean? One for the road. I can literally take it on the road.
Which I could already do with a cup.
Again, yeah.
No, but you cannot walk out of a bar with a drink. Now you can.
Okay.
You can't order a drink at a bar and go, I want to take this to go. They'll say no.
No, that would be selling you to go alcohol.
Which is legal in New York.
I don't think I can order a cocktail in a cup and walk out with it.
They will sell you, and now sometimes it's sealed. It's got the top on it. They will sell you to-go cocktails. That is now legal.
I know that was a COVID thing. Is that a state
No,
thing?
they changed. Yes, it is now legal statewide. I'm sorry, what were you
Depending
saying,
on the
Mr.
bar,
Dad?
I guess.
That's bad.
Look at him talking all serious.
That's bad.
You know what you can't do?
Yeah,
you know what you can't do? You can't? No, when we talked about this, you thought it was a great idea.
Well, because it was COVID and everybody was
No,
struggling.
it was after COVID.
Well, we were just coming off of COVID.
Oh, my God.
Well, COVID gave me brain fog.
252 WCMF. It was way before COVID, bro. The city of Batavia is toying with the idea of removing open container laws in certain parts of their downtown. Folks are arguing this would be better for businesses. It helps with festivals and things like that. There are folks that are against it, including, shockingly, Drunk of the Year Tommy Muley.
I tell you, Batavia, you all got to have one big hillbilly hangover with this.
Okay. It feels like this law is one that's left over from the we have to hide things that we do behind closed doors era of America.
A little shame goes a long way.
But here's the thing.
What?
If we're being real, the people that folks are really concerned about drinking in public, like we said, the homeless people and the teens, they're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, but now you're setting a bad example for the kids. Dad's walking around with a can of beer.
Like,
Mom's
again,
got a...
You think that this is all of a sudden going to spark that person to drink more?
I think it's going to make kids think it's cool and it's all right.
People are drinking
But
more.
they saw them like before they left wherever they were drinking.
But now you're parading it around.
People are drinking more than they ever have in American history.
Yes.
And kids are drinking less than they ever had in American history.
Yeah, we just found out in New York State, the young girls are boozing it up.
No.
Just like their moms.
You heard it wrong. And again, listen to me.
Just like your mama.
In the break we did before, we found out that girls in high school are more likely to binge drink than boys are.
Winos make winos.
Across the board, teen drinking is way down.
Right. All right. Okay.
You said, nothing we say is.
No, but I mean, let's see the experiment play out. Then
I kind of want to.
Batavia would be like a laboratory for alcoholism, gambling.
What? Where's the
Prostitution.
gambling come from? You go to Batavia Downs. By the way, you can drink inside Batavia Downs.
Yes, you
anyway.
can. All
So
you
what
want.
is the
Enjoy
difference
yourself.
You want to do?
Good luck at the tables.
I mean, the funniest thing about this, there's no tables. It's a racino.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's sluts. I mean, I've been standing here at the table. Nothing's happened. Just keep feeding me cheeseburgers. Thurman Thomas's restaurant. The funniest thing about this is your like stuffed shirt, conservative, like down country ideas.
I drink and I have a problem with it, so I feel bad for people that I don't want to introduce people to my problems. Like I don't want to see a kid start drinking and end up like me.
Which is interesting, and it's very, very noble of you to say, Tommy Muley. He looks off at this distance like he said something
hangover
profound.
face.
That's not what you said when we talked about legalized gambling, because the argument was there are people with gambling problems that will develop gambling problems. And your quote, if I am not mistaken, was, why should your potential problems keep me from doing something that I want to do? You have argued on this show that heroin should be legal.
At home.
Have you not? Have you not?
Yes, at home.
You want to legalize heroin.
Yes.
But you do not want open container laws taken away.
I want to legalize what you're allowed to do whatever you want in your body, but you got to put some guardrails up.
Okay.
And you have to take personal responsibility for what you put in your body.
Kimmy, what he's saying is let's put guardrails on heroin and prostitution.
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone breaks this law all summer long anyway. How many people take a walk in their neighborhood with a drink in their hand?
I haven't done that in years, but that was fun.
A neighborhood.
The stroll?
Yeah, that's a violation of the open container law.
Yes, it is.
When you have a neighborhood party and folks are moving between homes, that's a violation of the open container law. And that's the problem here. You can't enforce this law everywhere the same way.
Yes, that's true.
People who live in more populated urban areas are more likely to get in trouble. It's unfair. Is it not?
It is, but you got to keep a little cap on the situation, man. You got to keep a lid on the pot, bro.
252 WCMF. We've been rambling.
Go ahead.
Let's talk to John. Hey, Johnny, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Good morning. What if the law will decrease drinking in some instances?
What if that? How would that happen?
How's that going to happen, Johnny?
How would that happen?
Okay, you're out with a group of friends.
Yeah.
They say, this bar is lame. Let's move on. Hey, dude, just crush your drink and we'll move on to the next one. So somebody slams their drink and then they move on to the next bar. But now you could just grab your cup and be like, all right, let's move on. I'll just bring my drink with me.
Okay, well, you're talking about half slam beers is what we're talking about.
So?
Okay, I guess that
up when you go lame from lame to lame when you're down in a bar that's got like 20 right in a row.
All right, John, I mean, it's not the most rock solid theory, but there are no bad ideas in the break room.
Well, it's in favor of it, so let's go with it.
Well, no, look, I don't want to just have someone agree with me, but like, yeah, that's a good point, John. Thanks, John. Have a good rest of the day.
Less chugging if you're, but you'd have to be on like a beer tour or like a bar crawl or something, right? If you're moving from place to place.
Well, no, there are nights.
Chug, we gotta go. On to the next one.
There are nights you go out where you hit multiple bars.
Oh, yeah, you're like East End with a bunch of buddies walking around, yeah.
Troy is on your side. He writes us, Duffy, on WCMF on Instagram. This is a horrible idea and would drive business down. Think about how many times you make a drunk Amazon purchase. Getting rid of open containers would make people spend less. Again, I don't understand how that works.
I don't know either.
Okay, great. Let's keep moving then. Think of the places that could benefit from this change if you made it statewide. Fairport.
Well, yeah, the places that have a string of bars like Buffalo, downtown. Yeah.
Oh, you're overthinking it.
I always do.
Any canal town. Fairport, Brockport, Pittsford, Spencerport.
Well, yeah. I mean, the open fun areas.
Yes, right? Like, if you let bars and restaurants make drinks for you that you could enjoy walking down the canal, that would crush in the summertime.
Yeah.
It's good for small business. It's good for bringing folks into your town for local tourism. My wife and I would be more likely to go hang out, walk the canal in Pittsburgh if I could do it with a beer in my hand.
It's going to be great for drunk girls in the middle of the street screaming at their boyfriends, calling them a piece of crap.
Again.
With a drink in her hand.
I love how you think that's not happening.
Bastard.
That's literally happened to you.
I knew you were looking at her. Can't wait for all that.
We'll take one more call.
Public peeing.
We had a story this morning about public peeing.
Oh, you're going to get a lot more of that. There'll be dongs and giners all over.
Ash has got the last word on CMF. Hey, Ash, how are you, brother?
Good. How you guys doing today?
Good, man. What's up?
So, like, what if it was decriminalized, like how marijuana was before it became completely legal? Like, say, between the hours of, we'll say, like, 7 to 10, you can, if you want to walk to the next bar, it can only be, like beer or a White Claw or, something like that. You just can't go with liquor.
I mean, I get the idea behind it, but then you make it much harder to enforce.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, now, am I within the hours? Like, think about how pissed off people get, Ash, just to getting
like
a parking
11:01.
ticket. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly, right? Because you're on the wrong side of the street 5 minutes later. Okay.
No, you end up getting some sort of ticket, such as like disturbing the peace or something like that, where you still have to go to court and answer the charges, but it's not going to be as heavy as what it would be normally, I guess.
Okay, all right, I guess. All right, you write that down, send it to Batavia, and see what they say, Ash.
Well, I'll think about it. I live out in Fillmore, so that doesn't really matter to me. People walk all over the place drunk anyways now, so, I mean...
Nobody wants to work.
Country drinking.
The cops don't do anything about it out here.
Ash, thanks for the call, buddy. That's what you sound like, by the way.
What?
You sound... If you walk around, drag on a tank, I'll say anything about it. You sound like that right now. We'll wrap it up with this. My argument was it's impossible to enforce the same way everywhere. Yeah. Mark writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. Be careful using it's hard to enforce or everybody does it as a reason not to have the law. Off the top of my head, speeding falls into those categories. Ooh. Okay. All I'm saying is party never stops.
Yeah, enjoy Batavia.
Yeah, I think people will enjoy Batavia.
It's going to be wide open now.
Big news yesterday in the NFL.
What happened?
Normally, stories like this don't hit this late.
Yeah.
Because normally, Kimmy, players are reasonable human beings who want the teams to understand that they're fully committed.
Or teams don't put up with it, right?
Yeah. All right. Somebody needs to explain this to me because I don't get it. I don't understand.
Okay.
Like, the Jets making this decision a couple of years ago makes sense because their franchise is a tire fighter.
And they didn't know, maybe.
Oh, they knew. They knew.
No, I'm saying, I'll tell you what.
Okay, I will go hear about it in a second. But this franchise is like a beacon of light in the NFL.
Okay.
And the fact that they have gone through this entire saga and agreed to tie their ship to this psychopath will tell you who the newest quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers is next here in the break room. Let's see about. I don't get it.
What's the matter?
I don't understand why anyone, let alone this franchise that has a lot of respect, they've been around for a very long time.
Oh, yeah.
Would tie their wagon to this.
Because there's nothing else out there?
Well, no, but there was a point where there were other things out there. In fact, they were in a position, Kimmy, last month, where they could have had the future of their franchise.
Yeah, I would think they would have tried to figure something else out by now.
And the way this worked out, even yesterday, Kimmy, it puts them in the same effing spot less than 12 months from now.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. It was announced yesterday. Quarterback Aaron Rodgers has told the Pittsburgh Steelers he will be signing a contract with the team before next week's mini camp starts.
Damn.
Now, for those who have been living under a rock, Rodgers has been doing this will he, won't he dance for attention ever since the Jets released him months ago, back in March. The Steelers, as Kimmy brought up, passed on every other opportunity to find a starting QB. They didn't sign a big-name free agent. They did not attempt to trade. Kirk Cousins was the word in Atlanta. Mm-hmm. They waited until the 5th round to draft a quarterback, so that kid's not going to start.
So they want him.
Yeah.
This has been their idea the whole time.
They backed
it out, yeah.
But they backed themselves into a corner.
But what are they seeing that nobody else
don't know.
sees?
Hey, somebody, 252 WCMF, anybody.
Because why would you take him? The only reason you would take him is if you think you're going to the Super Bowl.
Which is weird because it's not like the Steelers were a quarterback away last season.
Okay.
No.
They weren't. Because if they were, and even if they were a quarterback away, Aaron Rodgers is not that quarterback. He showed that with the Jets the last 2 years.
Yeah.
He's not even going to show up. You know what I mean? Like that's like priority number one, right? Like be there in person.
When's the last time he's completed a full season of football?
Last year. He played the whole year last year.
He didn't get hurt at all?
Well, but I think, his criticism was he wasn't really doing much. He wasn't participating in the offseason a whole lot.
There was also rumors that he was hurt and refused to get treatment because they would have seen how hurt he was and he wanted his contract.
Yeah.
But no, he played every snap I believe last season.
Yeah.
Here's the thing too. The Steelers are signing him to a 1-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's temporary.
So they know he's out of gas.
Well, but if you know he's out of gas, why would you sign him? And you're in the same spot again next year.
That's a good point.
You got nobody. What? Somebody explain to me.
What happened to the Rooneys?
Thank you, owners of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, they were like the greatest family in football, right?
Like, the Jets are a joke of a franchise. What they tried to do with Aaron Rodgers, it makes sense. They're just swinging. They tried it with Brett Favre before.
They swung, and I think the Jets went into the Aaron Rodgers thing knowing he was like a little bit weird and crazy, right? But I don't think that they really knew the extent until he got there, you know?
But the Jets don't have a
how much of a locker room cancer he turned out to be.
But the Jets don't have a proud history.
Yep.
The Steelers do.
Yep. Yeah.
That's also true.
They've existed for over 80 years.
One family.
They are one of the quintessential NFL franchises, right? Yeah. Giants.
Probably just in sport.
Yes, I agree with you. So for them, and
then go off the rails.
And then head coach Mike Tomlin, who I always thought
who's been around forever.
Good coach.
Put up with that crap.
Yes, and they traded away wide receiver George Pickens because that dude's a psychopath, and you then bring in the same psychopath. Somebody make it make sense.
So they got like a new crazy GM?
No.
Would have to be, wouldn't it?
No.
No?
No.
Yeah, you think you would just take a chance on somebody else, like, you know, there had to have been somebody else out there that could fill that position for a season.
But to Pat's point, this picture's going to leave you in worse shape than you are now.
Unless you win the Super Bowl, you look like an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
You're not building for the future.
Who else is there? I forgot. Like, what's their other option?
You got Mason Rudolph.
Oh, that's who I'm thinking
And then
of.
it Will, the kid from Ohio State they drafted in the 5th round? And there may be another quarterback in there, but it's going to be Rodgers. He's going to be the starting quarterback.
Yeah.
And, he waited this long, too, so he wouldn't have to go to voluntary minicamp,
Yeah.
which is another red
he
flag.
skipped out on stuff before he even got there.
And he's 40.
Yeah. This will be his 21st NFL season. 21st year. Brand new team.
He's going to get hurt. He's going to get crushed by somebody.
Well, we thought that last year.
I don't know. He took some. I will say he took some nasty hits last year and kept playing. Like, I thought at some point last year he was going to give up, but your body still kept going.
You can only do that to your body so long, man.
Yeah,
you just crack.
I don't know. I don't know what he's taking. Maybe he just doesn't feel it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's numbed up.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. The Pittsburgh Steelers, according to reports, were told by Aaron Rodgers he will be signing a 1-year contract with them before minicamp starts next week. They painted themselves into a corner, but it seems like you said they wanted him the whole time.
Yeah.
Didn't try to trade for a quarterback, didn't try to sign a big-name free agent. They waited till the 5th round to draft a quarterback. Aaron Rodgers has been their guy, and we can't for the life of us figure out why. I also feel bad for Steelers fans because, like, those fans, I've always respected Steelers fans.
Okay.
They're a very proud franchise. In fact, we have a Steelers fan with us now. Gary's on CMF. Hey, Gary, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm not good this morning, man. What the hell?
Explain it to us, Gary.
I can't. I was holding out for Kirk Cousins. I was thinking, like, he's sitting on the bench in the Falcons. He's got a little life left in him. I was holding out for Kirk Cousins. You went with the old guy over here.
And it's funny because, like, Kirk Cousins isn't even, like, young, but he's a full, like, 6 years younger than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, you went with the old stripper.
The old stripper.
Kind of went with the old stripper. That's a good analogy. All right, Gary, let me ask you this because, you know, as bad as it was to be a Bills fan during the drought, we found a way, Kimmy, to...
There's always like a spark of hope in the beginning of the season.
Yes, there was never a quarterback that we had that was unlikable. Like, you manipulated your brain to, like, J.P. Lossman can do X, Y, Z. Trent Edwards can do X, Y, Z.
I guess, like, not, like, off the field unlikable.
I mean, but either way, just attitude. Gary, how do you now as a fan do the backflips that will require to cheer for this offense every Sunday?
All right. At least you have something to work with, you're going to move forward with, because Rudolph was not going to be the answer.
He's the quarterback.
You're going into workouts with no quarterback. At least you kind of got an answer to the problem.
That's the whole logic. You got a body.
Practice.
That's what you're going with?
You got it.
We're building a practice.
You got somebody to bring the ball, I guess.
So he's a body.
He's a body. Yeah.
But it's going to cost you.
I would have rather kept Russell Wilson or definitely Fields.
I mean, look, everything he's saying makes sense. All right, well, Gary, listen. Up until the Bills play the Steelers this year, I feel really bad for you. And then I hope everything bad happens to you and only you. But good luck this season, man. I hope it works out for you.
All right.
Also,
sounds defeated.
I would be.
Yeah. Why would you even watch?
Could you imagine if the Bills signed Aaron Rodgers yesterday?
No, I can't.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to hope for the best. You'd have to be like, okay, this is our guy. Let's do the thing.
So the Bills will see Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers at some point this season. I don't have the schedule in front of me. But the most interesting schedule nugget, the Pittsburgh Steelers open up against the New York Jets.
No.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, the NFL manipulated that schedule thinking this was going to happen the whole time.
Gotta watch that one.
But it's funny. I'd rather see him go play Green Bay. And I don't know if the Steelers play Green Bay. Like, that is a more – it's like how Green Bay
he
would –
played Green Bay?
I don't think so. I don't think the Jets did.
I don't think –
well, that's where he became a legend.
Big deal.
And I would be interested to see how the Packers fans react to him.
Oh, yeah. Because they still got to love, the Super Bowl run.
I mean, he did bring you a Super Bowl, so I mean, he went out not in a great way, but
it's like going back, just to wrap this up, going back to the, like, heritage franchise thing.
Yeah.
The Packers are one of those franchises.
Yeah.
Right? They, with a guy that was winning MVPs, saw what was happening and let him walk.
Yeah.
They drafted a quarterback 2 years before they let him walk. Like, they were looking for a way to pull the chute and get him the hell out of it.
Yeah, to get away from him.
You saw everything in the spotlight in New York, and the Steelers still didn't. So good luck, Steelers fans.
All right.
Hope it all works out for you. This is going to be hard for men to wrap their heads around.
What happened?
Well, when you think man, there is a way a man looks.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking the way you dress. I'm talking like the way your face looks.
Oh.
Manly face.
Manly face.
Well, it turns out that manly face that so many women wanted for years and years and years, they may not want anymore.
They don't want a rough face.
switching up.
Yeah.
New trend.
Smooth.
New trend alert.
Thank you, Kimmy.
So you want like a girly face?
Feminine is the word.
Baby face.
a femi face.
A femi face.
What else would you call it?
A
You got
feminine face? You can
Yeah,
call it that.
femi. You got a femi face.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Gentlemen, we are dealing with another shift.
What happened?
Every couple of years, ladies decide they are attracted to something new in men. And the guys who care scramble to adjust. But this one, it's more than just trying to change what you look like. It's a complete 180 from what guys have been told makes us attractive forever.
Yeah.
And it would be very hard, even impossible, for some men to make this adjustment.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Right now, you can head to the contest page, WCMF.com, enter for your chance to win a Grand Slam ticket 4-pack to see your Rochester Red Wings take on Jacksonville for a matinee game at Innovative Field next week, June 12th. First pitch is at 1:05, and
yeah, what's going on?
I'm throwing that first pitch, bitch.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, plenty of parking.
Well, yeah, they got a giant parking lot. You
No rush.
You have enough parking for the entire stadium. That's usually how it goes normally. Plus the parking garage that we park in, over here.
Yeah, a lot of options.
WCMF.com. Enter to win those tickets. We'll see you Thursday at Innovative Field. Your friends on CMF. The ladies are into a more adorable guy.
Okay.
A recent study of 1,500 women asked them to rate the features of men's faces that they found most attractive. And to the surprise of researchers,
What's coming up?
heterosexual women preferred what the researchers described as feminine features in men.
Pretty boy.
For example, they preferred men who had rounded jaws,
Right.
clean faces, no facial hair,
Yeah.
younger, more innocent. And that may be why actors like Tom Holland, Harry Styles, and new Knicks superfan Timothy, say the last name?
Chalamet.
Thank you, have become so popular over the last few years. Tommy, the study also found that traditionally attractive traits in men's faces, the square jaw, strong brow, and facial hair,
Crooked nose. Neck tattoos.
they're now on
The
the
more
out.
like burly man look.
Yeah.
You got it. That's
rough skin.
It's on the out.
Nobody said rough skin.
Yeah, he's just.
Well, you
being a
can't have rough skin and have a boy face.
No, you know what he thinks? He thinks he has a baby
Yeah, he
face, so that's
does.
why he's like.
I mean, you
attacking.
do say from a distance, he
What?
kind of looks like an 8th grader.
See that joke? Now it's jumped.
You don't finish the punchline. You then say something insulting
jumped.
because that's not technically the joke because the joke sucks. Tommy, it went even further.
What do they say?
Scientists say that women who preferred the feminine features in men, heterosexual women,
Yeah.
were also doing so because of a subconscious belief. Women saw the men with softer features as more reliable and better caregivers, although the folks running this study said there is nothing to suggest how your face looks plays any part in the type of person you are.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. So what do we do with this information now as men?
Well, if you ain't got that face, you out. Because you can't fix your face.
Well, there are some things you can do.
You gonna spend that kind of money? Get like a facelift?
I'm not talking plastic surgery.
What do you
do?
do?
Like shave your beard.
Bingo.
I mean, like there are like.
Yeah, but you could be
maybe incorporate a skincare routine into, into your.
But you weren't even
daily
talking
life.
like the design of your face, like your jawline and stuff. Like
Yeah.
You can't wait.
No, I know there may be some things you can't do.
You're right. But there are men who grow beards because they have a soft jawline.
But for a long time, those guys, like the guys with the more feminine features, couldn't be what we thought women wanted, which
Yes.
was like a burlier, bearded man. Like you always saw those guys try to grow beards, and they'd be kind of patchy. Like the mustache didn't really fill in.
Well, there are round-faced guys that can grow beards, and you grow the beard and trim it to make it look like you have a better jaw.
Yeah.
Those guys would be able to shave that beard.
Okay, but
yeah,
you can't have a.
I don't know how many people can pull off both.
But if you're stuck with a goon face, you're doomed. If you got like big ass ears, hooked nose, thin
That's
lip,
not-
big ass Adam's apple, you look like a jerk.
You just described.
No,
You're
you
just
don't-
looking at me and
just-
checking off
Yes,
the list,
yes,
you
you are.
dick.
You don't have big ears. And you don't have a hooked nose.
I do have big ears. My nose, I don't know what
You
my
have a
nose is
broken
supposed to
nose.
look like. I've broken it so many
Yeah.
times.
But I think that these trends like come and go when it comes to what women find attractive. So yeah, maybe this way for a little while, but we could swing back around to the
ugly.
beards again.
How long? But by the way, it's not ugly. That's been traditional attractive men for years and years and years.
Dark circles under your eyes.
For a while, it was
Whoa,
like,
good. Pot, kettle, black,
I know.
stones, glass houses. You're ugly.
I know. I got the raccoon eyes.
No, you got everything ugly all over your body. Bro, you don't have feminine features. You are feminine. You don't have feminine features. You don't have this baby face you think you have.
I have nice hands.
I'm talking about your face. What about your face?
If I put my hands by my face. Like I just walk around like this all the
It
time.
just looks
more
like there's a
youthful.
toddler touching your face.
I just do like a Home Alone thing. No, I have really nice lips. I've been told by women I have nice lips.
Thoughts, woman in the room?
Well, she
Their
won't give me a
lips,
break about
I don't
anything.
know.
All right, here, give Kimmy a pose of your best lip pose. That's your best lip pose?
Well,
not
just
doing
like natural.
They're just
They're
lips.
I always told I have nice shaped lips for a man.
Sure.
What about the pucker? Give her the pucker.
No, don't. Stop. Please stop.
Bro,
Damn, ooh, girl.
your lips look like a guy with hemorrhoids.
How do you know what that looks like? Oh, yeah, Saturday night. When you go for your brown cliff diving.
252 WCMF. Okay, it's the end of the week.
Geronimo!
So
We got an hour and 45 minutes, and he's already ready to go home.
I wonder though, because you're taking a risk as a guy. Like if you think that you can pull off this look, like
No,
for
the
a while you
smooth
had the
face.
beard and you kind of you were. You styled things a certain way for a long time,
Sure.
and you see this, and you're like, you know what, I could go the other way. You may shock some people. Like, people may not recognize you once that beard comes off, especially if you've had it for years and years. It may not work in your favor the way you think it's gonna.
I understand what you're saying. And it's possible that men don't even pay attention to this stuff. They just are
Yeah.
who they are.
Yeah.
Although the recent look of like certain groups of men suggests that men,
They do a little bit.
yeah, like, you know, you're trying to look rugged on purpose. But I think it goes even past that.
What's that?
Because let's say, hypothetically, as we have this study in front of us that show women are now preferring feminine features in men's faces over the traditional square jaw, facial hair, strong brow, thin-lipped, masculine features that were
Yeah.
popular for so long. Let's say I had the ability to shave my beard and look more attractive
Yeah.
to women now. I don't even think I could. Like, if you grow a beard, you cultivate a beard, you've had it for a long time.
Like you yourself, you're saying it would bother you too much
I
to
don't
let it go?
Yeah, I don't think I could let it go. I've put too much work into this.
My husband, it took him a long time because he had to shave his beard. He had a beard for years, and he had to shave it when he got into the fire department. It took him a really long time to adjust to not having a beard.
Oh.
Like, he still misses it years later.
It would bother me.
But you would look weird now without a beard. When you were fat, you had more of a boyish face, but you don't have that anymore, man. You have that sullen starvation look.
Like, your brother pulls off the non-beard look very well. He would look weird with a beard.
Well, he's got
But he's got a round baby
he's
face.
got a basketball head.
But you also, when you were fat, you had a more boyish look to you.
I was also a boy. You knew me
I know, you
as
were like
a boy.
15.
No, Wakey.
You knew me as an actual boy.
How old was your headshot? Your last headshot when you had that?
The one with like this?
Yeah.
I was like 17.
Didn't you have a goatee or something?
Yeah, but it was
in that?
summertime. I wasn't at Aquinas at the time, so I could grow a tiny little patch of hair.
Yeah,
well, no,
a
I
little
only,
soul patch.
I only did that because my jaw is so like long and square. Like I had to like I look like
I
the
felt it
moon
needed something.
if I didn't do that. 252 WCMF 252-9263.
But I will say this: if you have a baby face or a smooth face, it really never goes out of style. It'll always work. It's almost like the penny loafer. It'll work for you.
The penny
But, like,
loafer's
if you
been out of
have-
style for 50 years.
You can wear a penny loafer anytime.
No, you can. You shouldn't.
Everybody can.
You
It
should
never
not.
goes out of style.
They don't even make pennies anymore.
Well,
That's
they'll
how
be-
out of style.
Well,
the
they're
penny-
penniless. But I think a guy with a smooth face, it'll always work.
No.
If you have dramatic looks or very
Yeah. Well,
distinct features, they come and go. But like just a normal, smooth, good-looking young guy, that'll always work.
Yeah, does that do it for you? That works for you? A normal, smooth, good-looking young guy?
Yeah, I mean, I would appreciate that if I see a good-looking young man, I go, that's a fine-looking young
Where
man.
are the smooth young men? Tommy Bulay's here.
My. Look at my lips, boys.
so I do think that guys that have those features.
Traditional good looks.
Well, I'm just saying like the smooth face, kind of that baby face look. Like they look young forever.
Right.
Because I even see some of those guys that had that in high school. They still look the same to me. And I don't know if that works for women or if it doesn't. Like
You'll
you almost
always
look
get
too
tail.
young.
You'll always get tail.
Well, here's the thing. I do agree with you.
Because you're not embarrassed to bring that guy around.
What are you talking about?
There's some guys, the chick might be into him and doesn't want to bring him around the family.
Why? Because I have masculine features?
You just look a certain way.
What does that mean? No, you're just angry because you don't have a jaw.
You look rough.
You've never
bad,
had a jaw
you look
in your
dumb,
life, right? You got weird ass mouth.
Poor.
You got like
In trouble.
landing strip forehead.
Juvenile detention look.
Okay. I have aged terribly, and I wasn't.
You're not even that aged yet.
Well, no, you bring up a good point, Kimmy.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done a lot of things, like between the smoking and all the drinking and like getting
The lying.
Not getting enough sleep.
Yeah, here with this job, like there's a joke.
All that dirty, rancid food you ate on the road.
Let's leave your mom out of this. No, the joke has been for years.
Wait, they served my mom at Hampton Inns.
Yeah, everyone I went to. It was impressive she was able to move as well as she did. There's an old joke in this business that the two worst aging professions are President of the United States and morning show
Yes.
personality. But I always thought it was my choices, not my face, that made me look older faster. Are you telling me that men with masculine features age faster than men without?
I think so a little bit. I think, but I think that actually works for some men. You know, that you get that
rugged,
kind of more rugged look to you. And I mean, we always say like, you know, that in that case, guys age better.
Yeah, an ugly guy ages slower.
No, that's not what we're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Because like, let's say you're an ugly guy, and as you age, you're never on anybody's radar. So you always kind of look like that. But like if you're a young, good-looking guy and you start going bad, as most guys do, you see it a lot quicker.
So you just call me handsome. Thank you. I'll take it.
Yeah, you're a very handsome boy.
Handsome young boy. Look at my lips.
That's why I brought you around all the bars.
I'm saying those
Show
those aging features actually work in your favor sometimes.
Yeah, I mean,
and not all guys, not in every case. But sometimes it does.
Can we all agree that men age better than women do naturally?
Well,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess based on what's seen as good looking in an older guy.
Because women have to try to maintain perfection their whole life.
Yes.
We don't.
Like some guys get excited when that gray hair starts to show up.
Well, there are guys that look better gray.
Yeah.
And here's the thing.
No woman looks good gray.
I disagree.
No, there's some women that
gray
really pull
ass
it off.
woman you'd liking?
One of my favorite BTO songs of all. No, who was it? Damn it, I screwed it up. Gray-haired woman. Who sang that song? Why am I blanking?
I forget.
ELO.
Yes.
I knew there were three letters.
Electric Light Orchestra.
Not Bachman Turner Overdrive, except for that supergroup they did. Bachman Turner Light Orchestra Overdrive. No, I letting the hair go gray naturally has become
For a man.
No, for women has become, Kimmy, it seems, a new trend in the recent years.
Especially women that are going gray super early.
Yeah, there's been a lot of women in their 20s.
Yeah, like they've kind of just given up fighting it and learned to like different ways of embracing it. Because I think that we've gotten better at like styling it and doing stuff with it.
I think I've seen women that look great with it.
Man, I've never seen a gray hair woman go, God damn, look at that gray hair.
We could find one. We could find an example for you.
You die. You have options.
You die, at the end.
Yeah, but the problem with the dye is when it comes through so fast
Well,
that
you
it looks worse.
Oh, my God. Says man who goes to Trends with a Z. And he comes in and it looks like somebody colored in his hair with a Sharpie. Hey, nobody even notices. Check me out, guys. You and another guy that used to work here. It was like jarring every time you guys went and got your hair done. So as we talk about this study again that shows that women overwhelmingly preferred feminine features in men's faces, a complete 180 from the trends we've seen the last couple of years. We're talking, softer jaws, puffier lips.
Yeah, yeah.
Youthful
Smooth.
look. Yeah, you got it. There was one thing that goes the opposite way.
What's that?
Despite the fact that these women overwhelmingly were attracted to more feminine features, a study done by Princeton showed that women found men with masculine features, the square jaw, the beard, the brow, as better at their jobs. So they weren't as attracted to them.
But they would be better breadwinners?
Yes, they rated those men as more talented, and they assumed those men were more competent. And in this study, they were, just looking at pictures of men.
Oh, because they're more manly, they don't get pushed around.
Maybe that's the
like
thought?
like a pretty boy, nobody takes seriously, and they think they're an easy mark.
Or is it maybe the type of job they would assume you have if you look a certain way?
Again,
maybe?
they didn't give him any background on these guys. They just showed him the picture. I mean, that could be it, Kimmy.
Yeah.
But men with masculine features, despite being rated as less attractive by these women, were rated as more talented.
It's competitive.
And more competent.
Yeah.
No, talented and competent.
Well, he gets the job done, right?
Yes.
He brings home the money.
Sure. And there was
pretty
no
boy,
By the way, there was also no research that suggests men with more masculine features are more talented or more
It was
competent.
just the assumption.
Or bring home the money, as Tommy just said.
The man money.
All right, so with that information,
Yeah.
would it be more? Let's say a genie comes in here,
Okay.
right, and they look you up and down and go, "Oh my God, what happened?"
Pretty insulting genie.
And they're like, "Okay, well, we're going to give you one wish, but it's with stipulation.
Right.
You could be more attractive. I'll wave my wand, and you're a more attractive man
Yeah.
to women, or I will wave my wand and make people think you will be competent at any job you can do."
Take the gig.
You want the job? No, by the way,
The gig, I'll make money.
but here's the thing: you would have a way in. It doesn't mean once you start the job, you wouldn't get blown out immediately.
Yeah, just let me get in the door first. I'm not even in the door. Fake it till you make it.
Okay, like most people, I get where they're coming from.
Right.
What are you faking till you make?
What's that?
What job do you think you could fake until you made it?
Especially in that outfit.
No, everyone knows you don't know how to do this job.
Everyone.
Everyone.
We just accepted it.
Yeah, like it's just like, okay.
Just accepted it.
Eventually he'll
well,
die.
accept it. Make it to your accepted.
Accept it, make it to accept it. Man who speaks for a living and just said he faked it till he made it in this job, said out loud, accept a man and fake it till you make it.
I'm going to take where you get the money. Why would you just take the looks?
Well, because looks.
Here's the thing. Women don't care what you look like.
The study disagrees.
Okay,
Well,
they ask their opinion.
They do
Women
care.
do not care. They do not care. They want to know what you provide, what you're bringing to the
That's not
table.
true at all.
That's
Okay,
it.
okay. By the way, if that was the case, you would not be married. What do you provide?
A lot of stuff, Pat. I can't even get into it. There's so much.
Kimmy, would you rather be seen as sexy or competent?
As a woman?
I'm just as you as a person.
Or
Yeah,
what I'm
as a
looking
woman.
for?
No, what would you rather be seen as?
Oh,
Sexy or competent?
competent.
Yeah, go with what you know.
That's really nice. You called her competent.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a
Thank
very
you.
competent person.
He only
Great
needs
job.
me to do his job for him. So.
Exactly.
I just tried to give you a
I
compliment.
said, I faked it till I make it. I said,
Well, it wasn't sincere.
Well, none of it's sincere.
His engine is dying live on the air. All right, let's take a break.
What?
When you think of people taking things from your house,
Yeah.
you think of like a break-in, window,
Sure.
door, right? You come home, everything's all scattered.
You got
Oh, my
ripped.
God, what happened? Well, no, somebody here got ripped, but it doesn't seem that was the situation.
Oh.
And what this person stole is also interesting because we don't really have anything that sounds like it's super valuable.
Oh. So what was the point?
Well, that's just it. Although this is a weird story, I think this happens more than we hear about.
They just do it to be a dick?
No. I'll explain.
All right.
Next, here at the break room on CMF. When you think of someone stealing from you,
Yeah.
you think of like an overnight break-in. You think of someone jamming like a weapon in your face.
Sure.
You don't think of this scenario.
Oh.
And although it would be the safest way to get ripped off,
Yeah.
it would also be the most awkward because you'd have a decision to make. You'd feel violated. But in calling the cops, you'd also have to acknowledge you know what this person did. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You have 8:30, 9:30, 9:30, 10:30, 10:30, 11:30, 11:30, 12:30. Nope. 3.5 hours left
Yeah.
to submit yourself for Rochester's Sexiest Dad 2025. We have gone over the 50 dad mark.
Yep.
The competition is fierce. We got shirts, no shirts. We got sleeves, no sleeves. We got kids. We got dogs.
We got a leg.
Oh, we got a leg. One guy just put his calf on.
Yeah.
Which, if that's the sexiest part of your body, good
go
for you,
with
buddy.
it. Yeah.
If you would like to get in on the action, throw your sexy pick up there. You go to WCMF.com. It is very easy to enter. You can also go peruse your competition at WCMF.com. Voting starts next week, and the grand winner of this year's Sexiest Dad, as voted on by you listeners and our judges here, will walk home with a watch valued at $500 from our good friends at Heritage Jewelers. WCMF.com. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
This story comes to us from Wayne County.
Whatever.
A 38-year-old man has been arrested after an investigation into a larceny complaint. Authorities say the man stole several household items from a victim's home.
Household, that could be anything.
It could, well, I mean, it's not jewelry, it's not televisions, it's not cash, it's household items. Now, details are slim.
Okay.
But there are a few things we may be able to gather with the information we have. One, he's only being charged with larceny, not burglary. So it doesn't look like he broke in.
All right.
Was he a guest?
Or is the door just open?
Well, I mean, that's possible. I mean, but if he stole household items, like,
Yeah.
did he just, like, take stuff while he was in the house?
Like a
Maybe.
vacuum?
And, like, if we define household, I'm thinking spatulas, pots, pans.
Yeah, like vacuum.
Well, I guess that would also be a household item.
Yeah, I'm thinking outside of pots and pans.
It'd be hard to get that
I was
out the
thinking like
door.
smaller items if they were trying to swipe it quick.
Based on the details,
Yeah.
if the allegations are true, it kind of sounds like this guy was invited in and maybe just took stuff.
But it sounds like he didn't even take anything of value.
Yeah, no wallet, no jewelry, no phones.
I mean, most household items don't hold any value.
Well, I mean, they cost money.
Originally, but once your ass has used it, it can't be squat.
Yeah, but how pissed would you be if, like, you open up your cabinet, your pasta strainer was gone?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
that would piss you off.
that's a
You'd be doing
specific
it-
trip.
You'd be doing it more to inconvenience the
dick.
person, than to actually to actually capitalize on that theft.
Maybe. I will counterpoint, though. Have you ever been at somebody's house and they have, like, a kitchen thing that you don't have? And you're like, man, I wish.
Oh.
Some
Kinda want
gadget
that, right?
you
Like
didn't know existed.
Well, or even like something like you
I could use a blender.
Yes, you lost your potato peeler, but they have it
Yeah.
right
Right.
here, so it's like right in the pocket. Would you call? Let's paint a scenario.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Invite someone over.
Yeah.
They leave. You realize that a spatula, a strainer, potato peeler, a couple of things like that are now missing.
Yeah.
Would you call the cops?
No.
No.
No. I'd almost have to, feel sad for the person.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, they got to be either at a wits or that busted that I didn't know about.
Okay.
But why would you call the cops and just make the poor guy's life worse?
Kimmy, would you call the cops?
I don't think I'm calling the cops. They're definitely not getting the invite over again.
Okay.
But over like a spatula or something. I also, with certain things, it may take you a while to notice they're gone. Like, I'm surprised this person noticed so quickly that some of those household items were taken.
So there's a couple of things here. We're speculating.
Yeah.
If we're talking one of those expensive Dutch oven pots or designer plates and bowls, what's that famous designer from east of us?
Oh, Mackenzie Child.
Thank you. Like something like that.
That's bank.
You would notice that.
Yeah.
But here,
But if you're not using it, if it's not on display,
Mackenzie Child's always on display, though.
Yeah.
That's why you get it.
Yeah.
True.
You don't hardly use it.
Here's the thing, too. If it was a spatula, soup strainer, potato peeler, you may not even realize, you may not even think you got ripped off. You just
or I
misplaced it.
Yeah.
Exactly,
Yeah,
right?
Right.
Yeah.
Could you imagine calling the cops accusing a guest of stealing
Oh,
something
there
like that?
it is.
And you found
I
it
knew I
later?
put it in a weird spot.
Okay. If you were sure household items were taken, monetarily, how much would have to be taken for you to call the cops?
Call a cop.
Call the cops. Give me a number.
G.
$1,000.
Yeah.
Kimmy?
I was gonna say like $200.
$200. You're gonna waste a cop's time.
Well, I mean,
They
that
ain't
could
gonna
be,
look for it.
But that could be an item that could be tough to replace. A bunch of items that I I would worry if it was more than a couple items. Like, is there more that I'm missing here? So yeah, that's about a right number.
I mean, it would have to be something that, like, let's say your parents handed you down something.
Oh, something was sentimental.
That was like your grandmother's thing. You might get a little bit more bent.
Something irreplaceable.
Right, that you can't get back.
I disagree. I think there are more people than you want to believe
That are tied to their junk.
It's not so much the junk. It's the
Principle
fact,
of the
yes,
thing.
I invited you into my home, and you took from me.
I get that, but you want to like arrest that poor bastard over a couple $100.
Somebody called the cops here? No, we don't, I mean, we're speculating, but somebody called the cops here.
Yeah. But that's so sad.
So you're telling me I could walk into your house and take $700 worth of your household items, and you would not call the cops?
Well, it'd be different with you because you don't need it.
Yeah, so I want it, though. I want it. So wait, you call the cops on someone that wouldn't need it? Bless you.
No, but like you're just being a dick. But let's say one of our busted ass friends.
Okay.
And we got a lot of them.
So Kimmy comes over.
Kimmy comes over. Everything's missing.
Everything.
No, but like I get like a poor person or a person that doesn't have stuff. Maybe they pull a move. They're desperate.
I invited you over, and you stole from me.
Oh, you get so worked up about words.
No, this is actions.
Oh, you invited you
The
over.
words are words. If he looked at me and said, I want to steal that spatula, I'm not calling the cops. If he steals that spatula, granted, it would have to be more than a spatula.
Yeah.
But you get the point I'm making.
Yeah, I also don't want to sit with the cops and explain like how much was it? $300.
That's a lot of money.
But they're not going to go looking for it.
You don't have to. You know who took it.
Then they got to go to his house.
Yes.
He's going to get in trouble.
That's how crime works, yes.
What if I'm wrong?
Okay,
Yeah.
that is valid.
Yeah.
That is
What if I
valid.
accidentally
That's my
threw
fear.
that thing out?
Yep.
Didn't know.
You would have to be missing multiple things right after that person left.
Mm-hmm.
It's so embarrassing, too, when you get it wrong. It's happened.
Where else can they be? My daughter took all of the pasta utensils and put them in a room.
Yeah.
There may be something else that I think people would call in that isn't really worth a whole lot, but it would really piss them off because they may have put a lot of time and effort into it. Plants.
Oh,
house
good one.
plants?
Good
Because
one.
we've seen people call over stolen, hanging plants and things like that. And those things aren't always worth a ton of money, but it's just the effort that you put into maybe growing that plant or how much it costs to purchase all the stuff for the plant. That may piss people off more than you think.
I agree. What's a Venus flytrap cost? Are those expensive?
God, I have no idea.
You're Mr. Plants. Tommy Plants, they call him over on the east side.
yeah,
I
some
don't-
unique plant.
This one?
Yeah. It's the one that eats the bugs.
Yeah. Because, that's super unique. Let's say you cultivate, or a bonsai tree. Those things are
Ooh,
expensive.
bonsai could go for like a big money.
And even if you buy them small, like you put a lot of work in that thing, all of a sudden your bonsai's missing.
Oh, my goddamn bonsai.
And Mr. Miyagi's coming over tomorrow.
What about art in your house? Like to grab a picture.
I wouldn't know. Art?
Wait,
I mean,
let's
you'd
say your
have to
wife
have-
has a nice picture on the wall. She bought it at Clothesline Art Festival.
Okay.
Okay.
I wouldn't care about art.
I wouldn't either.
I'll be honest with you.
I don't hang no art.
Memorabilia, that's a different story. But art, no.
Oh yeah, you got a lot of juicy targets.
You got
in
a
your
lot
house.
of stuff somebody could swipe
Oh,
without you
goddamn.
knowing for a little while.
Right.
No,
Right.
I know everything. I
You
got
don't
it all
go through
mapped
your
out.
whole inventory all the time.
When I literally, when I
You
walk,
go and you count every
No,
weekend.
when I
you got
walk
a little chart.
every-
check.
I love my sports thing so much. Every time I walk into my basement, I look at everything and I'm just like,
Really?
yeah. I
Oh,
love
it gives you satisfaction.
Well, it's just, I like.
So
I
would
like-
you, if I came over your house,
Yeah.
and just as a gag,
Uh-huh.
I grab what's your number one item?
All right, so right now I am super fond of I have a framed, it's a Muhammad Ali autograph over the Super Fight First Frazier.
Yeah. The one when he's like this.
Yeah, I got it
Kinda-
years ago. And it's like that big by that big, but he's dead.
What?
Okay, the point I'm making is I love it. I love
Okay.
everything about Ali.
Okay.
I love this
This
piece.
is one of your favorite things.
If you took that,
What would you do?
I'd call the cops.
Oh, for God's sakes! I did it as a gag.
Okay, well, here, I'm calling the cops as a gag. Enjoy prison as a gag. You'll be gagging, all right. Yeah, no, don't touch my crap.
Oh, don't touch my crap! I invited you in my house. You grabbed
Yes.
Muhammad Ali.
Yes. Man's an American treasure. You stole him off my
To
wall.
some.
To some. Was there still one 80-year-old guy shaking his fist? I should have went over there.
You're gonna numb.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this story out in Wayne County. 38-year-old man arrested after police say he was charged with stealing several household items from a victim's home. He's not being charged with burglary. Doesn't say he broke in. Now, it doesn't mean he didn't.
Yeah.
But as we speculate here, looking at the charges, this sounds like, if the allegations are true,
Yeah.
someone invited over that just started putting things in their pockets. Karen writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. If someone messes with my aquarium, straight to jail.
How the hell are you walking out with a sloshing ass aquarium?
Steal a fish. You can steal a fish.
Yeah,
You didn't just reach it. It's going to be dead by the time you get to the door.
There are ways to do it. People have had fish stolen.
At their house.
Yes.
Some of those saltwater fish are expensive.
I've never heard of anybody stealing a tropical fish.
Okay, so I am aware of people that have had to call the cops for koi being stolen. Those ponds are outside.
Oh, yeah.
Goddamn goldfish.
I mean, they're very expensive
Yeah.
giant goldfish. They're
And
the
they live a
bonsai
long
trees of
time,
goldfish.
I think, right?
Yeah.
What do you do with them?
So when we bought our house from an Asian family,
Yeah.
and they had a self-built koi pond. The thing was beautiful on the side of the house, and one of the deals was the koi came with them.
Yeah, they took it out.
But we bought the house in winter, so you can't move koi in winter. I guess they'll die.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to care for these koi. Not like it wasn't intense,
Yeah.
but we had to like make sure they didn't die. And then in the summertime, they came. There was like the whole family. There
Was
was
it
like
religion?
this. I don't think.
Gotta
it was-
be.
I don't know. But like there was this like process of them
To
moving
remove it,
these koi. I had never met these people
Oh.
before. They also English wasn't their first language, so the communication was a little rough.
Yeah.
But like they treasured these fish.
So, let's say you had a high-end tropical fish. It would have to be a pretty high-end tropical fish.
I mean, $100 on a fish.
You're calling the cops on a goddamn flushable pet.
First of all, it's my pet, so
Yeah.
I care
It's not
about
your
it.
pet.
It is a pet.
I think people who invest in an aquarium, they care about it.
But it's not a pet. A pet, it's a display
pet.
piece.
It's a pet. You're taking care of it. It's a living thing.
You feed it, you can play with
Yeah.
it. Don't J.O. the fish.
How do you play with a fish?
Some people do. I don't know. They follow their finger on.
Yeah, check it out.
I'm not worried about your finger fish.
Fish.
All right, what about a hamster? Steal your hamster.
Huh?
Would you call the cops? They stole a hamster.
A hamster?
Yeah, like gerbil, hamster,
It's a
something
goddamn
small.
rat. No, any kind of
People would
rodent,
absolutely call.
any kind of exotic
But it's
pet.
a pet. I mean, like it's their
You're
level
stretching
of
pet.
Everybody has their thing.
Like dog is number
that they
one.
So
bond with.
you wouldn't call the cops if somebody stole your dog.
Oh no, that's
What's the difference?
That's a pet.
There are fish.
That's
that
a standard American pet.
there are fish that are more expensive than your
And
dog.
if you have kids, like I would have been devastated if somebody stole my goldfish. You know what I mean? Like you would have to do everything you could to get that pet back, no matter what it is. If you have kids,
She won that at the Spencerport Carnival.
Okay.
She can't get it back.
All right, cat, dog, and that's it.
No, I'm okay with people stealing the cat. Like people steal cats
Actually,
on
me
a
too,
regular
but I
basis.
figured you didn't want the phone calls.
No, I'm saying like, Kimmy, like cats will just wander away, and then there's someone else's cat.
Yes,
but
they do.
but everybody kind of treats cats differently.
Well, they
like
roam.
some people have outdoor, indoor cats. Some people cats are just
Yeah.
strictly indoors. Like it is cat.
They come
like,
back at
Cat
night.
ownership varies a lot.
Yeah, you're right. The cat came back.
Hmm.
Thought he was a goner, but the cat came back. I think the most shocking part of the actual story we started with here, if the allegations are true, might be the age of the person accused.
Oh, like a senile old fazzuck like me.
This person's 38 in the
Oh
story.
yeah, he.
Like, if we're talking like the person you would think would do this, it would either be a really young person who
Yeah,
is busted
a kid.
or an old person.
Right.
Because I think you are most likely, even if they're not senile, to have someone that doesn't care over 70. I'm taking this.
Yes, that's true.
Like I do have an elderly relative, and that's as far as I'll go, that when they lock themselves in the bathroom, I'm convinced they're stuffing things in their pockets.
My grandmother did it all the time. All the time. And my mother would find it back over at her condo.
Okay, so there you go.
And like she would just walk it back. But but she wasn't senile. She was just a dick.
It is weird how old folks get to
She
a
had
certain
her
age.
faculties. She just grabbed stuff.
Yeah.
But
What?
you know what she would tell my mother? Well, it's my son's. She goes, you don't work.
Oh.
I needed it. Like, well, he just asked then, bitch. What a crusty old crunt.
Hey, calm down.
I said crunt.
Let's take a break.
Yeah.
All right, so we know that Josh Allen is on his honeymoon.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Where's
I would
he mooning?
assume that's why he hasn't been at practice.
So that's the weird thing. We haven't seen a single photo of him on his honeymoon.
We
gotta be
really
high
haven't
end.
seen pictures of the wedding,
Fiji.
other than like those random images captured by some paparazzi.
It is astonishing for he and his wife, as high profile as they are, that
They really-
they're able to live as private.
Yeah.
And I go high end. Yeah, of course. They're not stopping at like, Cooperstown.
We'll
We're
see
going to
some
Baseball
blurry
Hall of
image
Fame.
at some point.
No, but I think if you go way out there, they'll just leave you alone.
Maybe. I mean, they got married in California. No one would have known that had Deion Dawkins not opened his big mouth.
No, but down there honeymooning.
Okay,
you know.
man, who knows? Italy, Paris, Fiji, the works.
All right.
But that's not what we're here to talk about.
What's that?
Because despite the fact that Josh is not working on the field, he is working off the field.
Yeah, he is.
Because no, that's not what I meant. You creep ass
Tearing
bitch.
it up.
Well, yeah,
Gotcha, boy.
wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No. Why did you ask that question?
I don't know, and I regretted it as soon as it came out of my
Huddle
mouth.
up that cooch.
Huddle up that cooch? How would it not be huddled? I would go to the doctor if it didn't
No,
look.
my face is huddled up on your cooch.
See, the fact that you...
What?
I'm going to stop talking.
Well, you ask questions. I'm just trying to explain my theories.
Kimmy, Josh Allen is a very visible celebrity.
Yeah, you can't miss him.
And he is about to become more visible in pop culture.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. He's already everywhere. And he's about to be everywhere.
How?
Because this kid, I mean, look, man, you strike while the iron's hot. You ride this train as long as you can.
No, he's being smart.
And there are 2 new things. Well, you'll see our baby boy's face on a regular basis.
What's he getting?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. The Bills are at voluntary OTAs. Mandatory minute camp starts next week. So that's when we're going to find out, 1, if running back James Cook is serious about this potential holdout.
Yeah.
And 2, if Josh only took a 1-week honeymoon. Because he is not at voluntary practice this week, assuming we are on his honeymoon.
Yeah.
But despite being on a honeymoon, his agents are still working behind the scenes.
Wow.
So at this moment, Josh Allen has endorsement deals with Nike, Gatorade, New Era, Gillette, Frito-Lay, Verizon, and Pepsi.
Jesus.
Those are his national endorsements, and he has done commercials and print ads for all of them.
He has Snickers too, right?
Well, that's just it. There is he will now be appearing on Snickers products throughout grocery stores in America.
But he'll be on the actual packaging?
So apparently he won't be on the actual Snickers bar.
Okay.
But other Snickers items, ice cream bars
Yeah,
and
I
other
can see
items
that.
that they make. So Josh Allen will now be staring you in the face every time you reach for some Snickers
Yeah, I was
product.
going to say, I saw him on the Snickers minis bag.
There you go.
Yeah.
So he's getting Snicker money.
Yep. Oh, he's getting more money than that. He also just finished a commercial as the lead pitchman for a product called Natural.
Go to
Natural.
Wait, is that like a boner thing?
No. I would hope after you get married, right when you get married, you don't do a boner pill.
I don't know
seems like
what
poor
is
timing.
it. Anytime I hear natural in men, you know.
Natural, if I'm saying it the right way, the nation's #1 drug-free sleep aid brand.
Oh, so it's a sleeping aid.
You
I
got
thought
it.
was like,
Like a sleeping
yeah,
pill.
I thought it was like a vitamin brand.
So maybe they're doing a sleep aid now.
Okay.
So it's a
Alright.
pretty big brand, apparently. He will be featured in a commercial in which he acts all the way through.
Okay.
So we'll be seeing that commercial coming up as well. The bottom line is this. When you turn on the TV,
Yep.
starting in August when football goes, Josh Allen will be everywhere.
You will be sick of Josh Allen after a while.
I will never be sick of Josh Allen. The people outside of Western New York will be sick of Josh
Oh,
Allen.
absolutely.
I wonder if people outside of New York are already sick of Josh Allen.
You could be getting to that point.
Can you get sick of a guy like that?
Not yet. I mean, because depends how she is. Because one of the problems with Mahomes is his wife.
But she's a non-celebrity
People
looking
knew
for
her
attention.
before Josh. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like she has her own thing going on.
Yeah, but she ruins him. Him on his own is one thing. She is so annoying.
Baby boy Josh.
No, I'm talking about
Mahomes.
Brittany Mahomes.
Yeah.
wife is Brittany Mahomes.
Yeah.
She is so goddamn annoying.
Okay, but walk through this with me. I always assume that people like Brittany Mahomes are annoying because they're trying to grasp some of the spotlight
Right.
that their husband has. Like
Right.
Taylor Swift doesn't try to grasp any of her boyfriend's
No.
spotlight, although she is in the suite. And they're
He's
showing
kind of benefiting from her spotlight.
Oh
Exactly.
yeah, she's throwing him a bone.
Yeah.
And it looks like Haley Steinfeld was at every one of Josh's games.
But
this
she
season.
don't need his spotlight.
Exactly. So maybe that doesn't.
That'll help.
Okay.
That'll definitely help. If
Yeah,
she's not annoying.
The spotlight isn't new to her.
Can you think of an athlete that was likable that got annoying?
Well, I think they all start out that way, no? I mean, like, whenever we see these guys get all these endorsements, at one point, like, they are kind of like the beloved figure. It goes wrong. It goes bad later, or you find out more information later.
But that's just it. More information. Like
Yeah.
it was a personality flaw.
Yeah.
I'm talking about they just overexposed. Because, Kimmy, can you think of an athlete that you loved until you decided that person is just overexposed?
Oh, God, there's got to be somebody that I'm not thinking
See,
of.
that's just it. Because I was thinking about this too. I think
Deion
that,
Sanders, #1.
but people always had a problem with his personality.
But it's so overbearing, and now he's all over the place.
So you're sick of Deion even though you love Deion?
Yes.
And is it because he's a pigeon in a cowboy hat?
Yeah, enough. You don't need to turn into a goddamn bird, man.
I have one for Pat. I don't know how you didn't think of this guy, J.J. Watt.
Oh, yeah.
He was everywhere for a while.
But that guy turned out to be a dick.
Did he? I don't know. I thought you just didn't like him.
Well, no, because he's like, oh, I work hard. Like, he would take pictures and videos of himself working out, talking about how
yeah,
hard
but he's always like painted as a good guy.
But
like,
I don't think he's really a good
does,
guy.
What about
does a
Marshawn
lot of
Lynch?
charitable stuff.
Because he does a lot of stuff.
Do you think there are people?
Still.
You think there are people that don't like him?
Oh, yeah. I think people didn't like him just because how he was when he was a player.
Oh, I think that's different.
And now he's in a lot of stuff.
I would argue him being in all this stuff has actually helped his reputation.
Okay.
That once you start to understand who he is, it makes sense as to why he acted the way he did on
Oh,
the
I
field.
figure if you understood that, you always liked him anyway.
But I didn't know. I mean, I hated him when he left Buffalo, but it's only because I didn't know what kind of person he
Okay.
was. But you might be right.
All right.
All right, we got a good one. We got a really good one. 252 WCMF, as Josh Allen has 2 new endorsement deals, one with Snickers. He's going to be on Snickers bags, so you'll see him in the grocery store. Another one with Natural, a sleep aid in which he is doing a national commercial. That's on top of Nike, Gatorade, New Era, Gillette, Frito-Lay, Verizon, Pepsi. He's also part of a production company now that will be making reality shows and documentaries. Russell Wilson.
Oh.
That comes in from Scott.
So what is Russell Wilson endorsed now?
He was nothing really now.
Yeah, his career's kind of...
He's kind of faded away, right?
Yeah, he's faded away.
But he was a guy everybody loved. He was an underdog,
Yeah.
right? Like, his wife left him. There was rumors that she slept with one of his teammates,
Yeah.
right? Like, everyone loved Russell Wilson, and then, like, he started doing
Married
things.
a pop star.
Yeah, Sierra.
Yeah.
They didn't have sex until they got married.
No, I thought they did, and then they took like a break or something.
Still
right?
stupid.
No, he had some kind of weird sex stuff going on.
But he also has like a weird vibe about him when it comes. Every time like he's in an interview, he's like very, like motivational speaker kind of guy.
He's a tryhard.
Yeah.
Which is also why I hate J.J. Watt.
But there's certain guys that could just stay in the light, and I find him so funny.
Give me an example.
Well, Charles Barkley, number one.
Okay, yeah, I'll never get sick of Charles Barkley.
No.
And Shaq.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Shaq has got both of those guys have a certain charm to them that it just works for me.
And even if they say something like, you're like, that's just Charles.
Yes.
You're right.
You know?
No, I think you can make the argument that Shaquille O'Neal might be the most overexposed athlete in the history.
He even says it himself. He goes, I get sick of doing some of this stuff.
I mean, he's in every commercial, and it's funny. He runs
He's a DJ.
He tours as a DJ.
Yeah.
He owns a piece of Papa John's,
Papa John's.
and he's in those commercials. But he will run the gamut from he did the general car insurance.
He still does it.
Okay, that is like
The cheesiest looking commercial.
that they run in like midday talk show stuff, right? Like that's like a Jimmy J.J. Walker.
Yes.
Commercial, not Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah.
But I will never be sick of him. You're right.
Yeah, those two guys work.
There was a guy that was everywhere, and you still catch him a lot. I mean, he was like one of the biggest names in sports, but I don't know if people got sick of him. Derek Jeter. Because he was everywhere. He still has some endorsements, even in retirement.
Yeah.
He's still on TV sometimes.
Jeter's interesting because I don't like the Yankees, but I never hated
He never
Jeter.
came off as unlikable.
Yeah.
Even
Okay.
with all those rumors about him and, the way he dated women.
The
and
gift
stuff.
basket.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
The
that
party
woman,
gift.
It
the
didn't-
woman who got 2 gift baskets
Yeah.
because he forgot he had already slept with her. No, you're right. If you look at the guys around him, A-Rod, everybody hated him.
Yep.
Nomar Garcia Power after a while, people that wore thin on people. Do people hate Jeter?
I never think of him.
Really?
Yeah.
Even
But he
these-
was like one of the biggest names in sports for a long time.
Yeah, for a while, yeah.
He's living right down the street in
I
Skinny
know.
Atlas, too. So here's where it gets really interesting.
What's that?
Going back to Josh Allen. By the way, we're getting a lot of votes. I'm sorry. I cut myself off. The Kelsey brothers. Gage was one of them that wrote on Duffy on WCMF on Instagram. Do people hate the Kelsey brothers?
I mean, they've kind of. I've seen the act.
So you're sick of them?
Not sick, but I could do without them. You know what I mean?
So yeah, that means you're sick of them.
Yeah, kind of. They're not as entertaining. The longer you watch them do their set,
Okay.
the less entertaining they are.
Okay.
To me.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, there isn't a lot of depth.
No, it's the same trick every time.
But I don't think I'm not.
I don't hate them, but
All right. So going back to Josh, to list these endorsements, you got the new sleep aid thing that he's doing. You got Snickers, Nike, Gatorade, New Era, Gillette, Frito-Lay, Verizon, Pepsi, production company, $330 million contract this year. It is believed that on top of the $330 million contract, he raked in an extra $4 million in endorsements last season. That's going to be going up.
Right.
Despite all of that, Josh Allen is only number 32 of the highest paid athletes annually in the world last year.
well, you got to look at like
Worldwide,
soccer
yeah.
guys, Formula One.
I understand, but again, that's 31 people ahead of him.
Yeah.
300, $50, $60 million guaranteed on his contract. $4 million in endorsements. There's more that I'm sure we don't hear about.
He's not even in the top 10.
He's not even in the top 30.
You know one guy we completely forgot about?
Who?
Gronk.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, I'm sick of that guy. I don't like
He's still all over the
him.
place.
I know, but I don't like him.
Well, you didn't like him to
Well,
begin
here's the
with.
thing.
He bothers
I-
me less
it's-
now.
Yeah, it's a love-hate thing because
Yeah.
here's the thing. I do understand the charm of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a big dumb guy.
Yeah. And I accidentally bought a kettlebell from his family's company. It's a really good kettlebell.
Oh yeah, they make solid kettlebell.
The Gronkowski family makes a dynamite kettlebell, guys.
A Gronk bell.
Just throw it. No, it's him spiking a ball on the bell, and I didn't know that when I bought it, and it's in my basement
Hey, it's
now.
a football.
And I hate myself for it. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Look, very few people listening to the show, probably none, are going to grow up to be professional athletes. Have to worry about endorsements and getting sick of it. So you got to do your schoolwork.
Okay.
Do it yourself.
Hit the books.
And that's the problem.
What's that?
Well, teachers, parents in the greater Rochester area are sounding the alarm.
What?
13 Wham did a story this week about the new technologies that exist where kids, if they want to, can completely avoid doing any work at all while still getting immaculate grades.
What are they doing? What tool?
I'll explain. I'll explain everything. And Kimmy, this story goes one of two ways.
Mm-hmm.
Either this is the technology that formally destroys traditional education, or this is another one of those boogeymen that we see every 5 years.
Yeah.
Because we've heard this
I'm just thinking of the way I would have treated it as a kid.
Okay.
And I would have, I definitely would have at least tried.
But there are things that we had in high school where people screamed, it's it, kids are done forever.
Yeah. Okay.
And Kimmy and I worked out just fine.
It does all the work for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. We would have killed for this when we were kids, Tom.
Oh, yeah?
A way to get work done in school with literally zero effort.
Damn.
And folks in the know say it's destroying our kids' brains. Because, Tommy, you don't send your kids to school to get good grades. You send them to learn.
Yes, critical thinking.
Well, how to read, do equations, and critical thinking. You're right. And if they get the right answer this way without using that brain, according to experts, they dumb.
Oh.
They super dumb.
Super dumb.
Super dumb. You're hanging out at the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30. It's Friday. You know what that means?
We're going to get a little creepy.
That's right, Creep Cat coming at you. Remember the other day we were talking about that ticket scalper law?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I had suggested putting people back out in line to buy tickets.
Yeah.
And you wondered if people would do it. They were in line last night.
For what?
Overnight for this product that was finally released.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Kimmy, the line is one thing. To stand in line to spend this?
I couldn't remember the last time I saw that.
Wow.
You're going to lose your mind.
I am.
And we'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Story on 13 Wham this week. Took a look at AI technology.
Oh, the AI's coming, bud, for your job.
Artificial intelligence. Specifically,
Yeah.
AI technology, kids, and in school.
Yeah.
ChatGPT. Now, Tommy,
Hmm?
I'm asking this not to insult you, but because I'm aware you may not know. Well, are you familiar with ChatGPT?
No.
Okay. It is a bot. We good so far?
Yeah.
Okay. That in theory can give you the answer to anything you need.
Instantly.
Bingo. Story on 13 Wham describes it as having a conversation with an expert in all things. And everyone in the world, as long as you have the internet in your country, has access to ChatGPT for free.
But isn't that what Google is?
No. Google will give you answers to like a question and like show you things.
Yeah.
ChatGPT will like talk to you.
So they'll like give you they'll solve a math question.
Yeah, whatever you think.
Okay.
You could write into ChatGPT, write me a 5-page paper on why Napoleon's final whatever, blah,
Yeah.
blah, 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 and it will spit it back out at you.
Okay.
Okay.
What was poor planning, by the way?
Some educators are sounding the alarm,
Yeah.
saying kids of all ages are using ChatGPT to do all of their schoolwork. Some of them are using it for help.
Yeah.
Others are just like we gave an example.
Cutting corners.
Yes, they're entering
I'm
the
using
questions.
that. If I have a kid,
Having it do all the work.
And
straight A's.
And there are lots of teachers, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, who have caught kids using ChatGPT to write entire essays.
But how do you like keep kids away from the future?
You keep kids away from the future.
Like this is going to be a thing. It's already here.
It is a thing.
Yeah.
Right, but
I
it's
guess
going to
how
get.
do you combat or how do you catch people using it?
And they're saying
would
it's
be
going to get more and more advanced as they work on it.
Wait, they're saying it?
They out there saying now.
They out there saying
Yeah. President AI one day.
AI president?
Yeah.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because you're right.
Lucky ass kid.
Okay. No, not lucky ass kid, because the folks that are watching this happen are saying this is actually making our kid dumber. Our kids are getting dumber because they're not actually learning these
All right.
things. 252-WCMF, are you ready to jump on the Tommy train and think this is the end of kids learning as we know it? Because that's the argument people are making. Legitimate experts are arguing this is the end of education for children as we know it.
But let me ask you this. So they said like the birth of the calculator was going to ruin math for kids and science, but it didn't.
Okay.
Could this be the same argument that we're overthinking what the future is going to be? Like, because every time you think about the future, it's always horrific.
No, you're right.
Nobody ever talks about the future as being positive.
You're right.
But it seems like every time these things show up, it actually helps us in the long run.
Look, that is a valid point because I think there is an argument you can make that this is just one of many boogeymen we've seen.
Because they said the computer, you weren't going to think anymore. You could just say the computer does all the work.
You're right. No, everything you are saying is correct, right?
Hmm?
Okay. But I do think there's a difference between having a calculator now in your pocket. It is funny, all those teachers. You're not going to have a calculator in your pocket all the time. Yeah, how about now, bitch? I think there's a difference between getting a math equation and not being able to think critically.
Having to do all your work.
Well, I'm just saying as a kid, like, part of being in school is learning to have opinions.
Yes.
Learning where to find the right information. You're losing all of that. I mean, going even further.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we're bad at math.
Yes.
We're the worst math show of all time. So for you to argue like, well, a calculator didn't ruin people's ability to do math, you can't do it. I can't do it. Kimmy can't do it. How many people do you know that are really good just off the top of their head at math?
Very few. But in my defense, I never had a shot.
Kimmy might have.
Yeah. She had it all.
You heard
it. I was somebody. I was also a kid though that would have looked for any opportunity like this to use it to my advantage. Like if I didn't have to read a chapter in a book and I could just ask ChatGPT or whatever kids use to do this, what happened in this chapter and summarize it for me in like a page, I would have absolutely done that. Like,
and they will actually
maybe
write
it
your
didn't do
homework.
all the
If you
work
wanted
for
to,
me. It may not have done all the work for me. Like maybe I knew I could only get away with so much, but whatever it gave me, I would have taken.
Okay, so there is another problem.
What's the matter?
252 WCMF. I see you guys on hold. I want to talk to you as we talk about the story on 13 Wham where local teachers and administrators are worried that ChatGPT is making every kid dumb and it's the end of education. You know, the way we've been describing it, it makes it sound like this miracle wave. Like, you know, you wave your finger and you get whatever you want.
Yeah.
ChatGPT can be straight up wrong.
Yeah, it does have its issues.
So it gets information from stuff that's on the internet. That's what it does. It combs the
Just
internet.
grabs everything.
Yeah, and bingo, 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 and it spits it out. If it uses the wrong source, it will tell you wrong things. It can also give you biased opinions on topics based on what it has gone through.
Like articles it picks up on.
Exactly.
Whatever.
And there are some sections of the internet you do not want to go.
Really?
But Kimmy, like, you know, you say it, I'll use it to summarize a chapter.
Yeah.
Who's to say that your kid's getting the right information from that ChatGPT spitting it back out?
Yeah, close enough.
But they're going to try.
Okay. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Peyton. Hello, Peyton.
Hey, how's everybody doing this morning?
Good, Peyton.
Oh, very nice. No, I use ChatGPT daily, and I'm in college, or I'm in grad school, I guess now, and all my professors encourage us to use it on almost every assignment. I mean, I don't use it as write my paper for me, rather on the tail end of writing the paper, taking me 3 hours to read it over. I put it in there and say, hey, cut this down, make it a little bit nicer and easier to read, and professors love it. So, I mean, it works. And, again, you're right. It spits out wrong I mean, the math part of it doesn't spit out a right answer, I'd say 50% of the time. It gives you wrong formulas and all sorts of things like that. I've tried using it for math, and it doesn't work. So if teachers are smart enough, they will catch on to students using it and say, hey, use it as a tool rather than a complete crutch for you.
All right. Now, Peyton, there's a very important question we have to ask before we let you go.
Yes.
What are you in grad school for?
Master's in business. Nothing too crazy.
Okay, yeah, we're fine. He's not a doctor.
Oh,
yeah, no.
You just want to rip people off. Okay.
Peyton, thanks for the call, buddy. There goes MBA. Peyton MBA.
Businessman.
So, Kimmy, while you were on the phone, I was talking to Tommy about, because he made the argument about the calculator and how people thought that was going to end education, and it didn't. There have, throughout the years, been different things that, like when we were kids, for example, we had Sparks Notes. You remember Sparks Notes?
Yep.
Okay, are you familiar with those?
I paid for Sparks Notes. Right? Sparks Notes. Is it Sparks Notes?
Sparks Notes? I thought it was Sparks. Spark Notes?
I think it's Spark Notes.
I thought it had an X. Doesn't matter.
They're basically cheat sheets.
Yeah, it was a thinner, a pared-down version of a novel, book, whatever, so you could read it.
So they gave you the Reader's Digest version of a story.
Yeah.
Yes, and they were marketed as study guides, but you could read the Sparks Notes.
And have
pretty
it all.
much get most of what you needed to know.
Exactly, and you could buy them in any bookstore. Yellow, I remember the amount of times I had to turn that corner and go find a spot, and I wouldn't even buy them. I just read them in the bookstore because they were like $15. But like those were going to ruin education. There's a big push against those, Kim.
Well, I would argue that it did affect us, though. I mean, there were books that I didn't read because I could get by with the Sparks Notes.
So that makes
I can't say it's Sparks Notes.
But do you think you're dumber because of it?
I don't know. I guess I don't know.
That's a pretty dumb answer. I don't know.
Well, I don't know the difference of like if I did actually put in the work and read and find that information myself. Maybe I would have had better reading comprehension. I don't know.
Okay, now Kenny's saying they were called Cliff's Notes. I thought Cliff's Notes.
There were both.
Okay.
There were Spark Notes and Cliff Notes. You could find both of them.
Yeah, it was cool. I went with Sparks.
Well, yeah, top.
Kenny's all lame. Oh, we're going to Cliff. Now I want Sparks.
So I think Cliff was from like my generation.
Well, yeah, because nobody named their kid Cliff after like 1970.
True.
There was also the rise of the search engine when we were in high school and middle school. Like we didn't. I remember, the librarian used to have a class.
Have a what?
Well, you had this when you were a kid, where you would have to go to like library class to learn how to
like a study
look
hall.
up books.
No. You didn't have a class that taught you how to use like.
Basically use the library.
Yeah,
encyclopedias, Dewey Decimal System.
Yeah.
And I remember I was in that class like as Google and Ask Jeeves and Yahoo search engine, GeoCities, stuff like that was coming up. And like this woman went on like a 20-minute rant about how this was exactly what we're talking about now. I mean, she was like losing.
Well, putting her out of a job.
Exactly. But I mean, this will also put people out of jobs.
Will it though?
I mean, sir.
I mean, they say that about every invention.
But there are certain things that will change, and we've just talked about how much it has with every generation. Like I said, maybe it's not going to be the be all end all, but there may be things that you lose along the way.
Yeah, but maybe you need to. Like things need to evolve. Like everything changes. New innovations, machinery, technology comes in.
Okay.
And they always say it's going to put everybody out of work and this is going to be terrible. And it doesn't happen because it just moves to something else.
Well, here's the thing. No, I mean, the world doesn't end.
No.
But it does put people out of work.
But those people find other things to do.
Okay.
Look at all the modern technology you have. We have some of the lowest unemployment rates in the history of this country.
Yes.
So all the people that got after COVID there were no jobs and things were going to go away. It just morphs into something else.
Yeah, but I'll counterpoint to that.
Counter up. What do you got, big shot?
I agree with your innovation, and I understand things have to work a certain way. But let's talk about different jobs because there were people that worked at Kodak.
Yes.
For years and years. And they got paid a salary where they could buy a house, have two cars, one income family, and they could go on a vacation.
Yeah.
They got different jobs.
Right.
Paid them half that. Because innovation came in. But that's what I mean. Like,
or they took other jobs or they went into other fields of work.
If we look at...
and then they played softball. And ironically.
If we look at like the graph of like the quality of life and what people make now compared to 50 years ago, it's lower. Adjusted for inflation, you can't argue that.
For some. Not for everybody. You can't say like everybody.
Most.
You're doing better than your old man.
Actually, I don't know that I am.
Please.
I don't know, bro. He was a
Might
cop
not
for
be.
like 25 years.
You married up.
Okay, yeah, I got it. But I'm saying me personally.
You found your way.
No, but me personally,
yeah.
Career-wise, I don't know if I'm doing better than my dad. He's got a pension that pays him for half his salary and
But
full
he earned
medical
it.
for the best.
He earned it, though.
Got a lot of cats out of trees, and he only crashed in the hospital dead one time. 252 WCMF. We've gotten off track.
Jeez.
We're talking about the story on 13 Wham, ChatGPT, how teachers and administrators in schools are ruining. It's going to argue education because there are kids that are just using it straight up to do their work for them.
They don't want to think anymore.
Let's talk. Let's talk to Alicia. Hello, Alicia. You're on CMF.
Hey, guys. So I actually use ChatGPT at my work when I need help with wording reports, emails, or looking up code items. So it's a great quick way to get reference things. But like you said, yes, you still have to check and double check what ChatGPT is spitting out. But I don't think it ruins anything.
But it's going to put you out of work.
Aid.
Eventually, it's going to put you out of work.
No, it's not. I mean, because it can't do what I'm doing. It can't design.
It can't call a radio station
and then,
when you should be working.
What?
Alicia.
Shouldn't you be working instead of running around in your damn tracksuit?
Oh, Alicia!
Alicia, unfortunately, he can't run.
That's true, yeah.
Oh, I know that. I see that recliner.
Alicia, what do you do?
Nothing.
I'm a mechanical engineer.
Okay. And you have no concern that 10, 20 years from now that the artificial intelligence technology will be...
Used to put you out of work.
Yeah.
It'll do what you do.
No, because we have to still do drawings. We still have to do code compliance. Like you said, there's still a lot of flaws in it.
Okay.
All right, that's good then. All right, so there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if there's one thing we've
It'll
learned...
put Tommy out of work because it is funnier than Tommy.
Oh, okay. You were doing great. I'm sorry, Alicia. That was one joke too far. And I wanted to be on your side. I did.
What did I tell you about Alicia's? They're nightmares.
Type into ChatGPT, better joke than I just did.
Tommy.
Ooh, I didn't do this.
Sorry, Alicia. Have a good day, Alicia.
You're
okay.
a nightmare.
I do think that's naive.
Yes.
And
of
look,
course.
I don't know what she does. But to say
You don't
that
either.
to say the technology won't get to a point unless you have a hands-on job.
Yeah.
That it can't replace me. Look,
Maybe
I mean,
she does do a lot of hands-on stuff.
okay. Well, she says like drawing and code and things like that. There are people that lost their jobs in technology that never in a million years.
Yeah.
And even some hands-on jobs. For example, we've seen fast food restaurants try and fail to go to automation, but it doesn't mean they won't.
Don't they have like bartenderless bars?
Yes.
That's one you never thought you'd see go away.
Robots that will bring you your food from kitchens. And I get that that's not AI, but the point I'm making is I'm not trying to be scary guy.
No.
Nobody's saying.
No.
But like, it's not out of the question that 10 years from now, 5 years from now, tomorrow, we're replaced by artificial intelligence.
Oh, yeah. You're talking about the DJ 2000?
Don't praise the machine. But in all seriousness, I mean,
well, yeah.
You've heard there's this thing we follow at Instagram of someone that uses AI to create these disgusting songs that sound like pop songs.
God, they're so funny.
And it's dead on.
Yeah.
It's dead on. And we sit here, we laugh, and we're putting Weird Al Yankovic out of business. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. Let's talk to actual intelligence, not artificial. Ben. He's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
I'm pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah. So I don't know. So like this AI, like I think it can be good, but it also can be bad. Because like I remember stuff better. Like even just like public school, because I was homeschooled. But my ex-wife went to public school. There's stuff that I remember better than her because like
where the butter was.
Yeah, exactly. No.
Or the front door.
So, like, New York State history, we actually, instead of just, like, learning it in a book, we drove around New York State to all these different spots and actually learned the history hands-on. Like, an AI chatbot isn't going to give you, like, the hands-on experience that real life is going to give you.
You know what's weird about that?
What's that?
It turns out that was just Ben's mom trying to leave him in different New York cities.
Oh, abandoning a baby?
We're going to Utica today. Oh, we got to go. All right, so Ben, you're not worried about this?
I can see the dangers of it, but at the same time, it's like, if you use it like the other caller said, they use it as like an assistant.
Okay.
Like, okay, yeah, fine. But like, if you solely crutch on that to try and pass all your classes, you're going to be stupid.
All right, Ben, thanks for the call.
Be like Ben. Don't be stupid.
It's Friday, you know what that means.
Yeah, it's time to get creepy.
Yep, we got a creep cap coming at you, all the disgusting things Tommy said all week. And how weird is it?
What's that?
Just a couple of days ago, we were talking about ticket scalping, and maybe the only way to fix it is to like make people stand in line.
Yeah.
They couldn't resell and bots buying tickets and everything. Well, yesterday, a product came out that has been much anticipated.
A product.
And it is expensive. Yet it's so popular. Wow. Folks in our area were lined up, again, overnight. For the first time, Kimmy, in how long?
I can only think of one other product within the last 10 years that people lined up like
and it's
this
expensive.
Bro, you're going to fall out of your chair.
All right.
We'll tell you what it is next year. The Break Room on CMF. Man, how weird is it? We were just talking about this coming back.
Wow.
Like as a theory.
Yeah.
Not thinking anyone would want to do it.
Mhm.
And sure enough, in Henrietta last night,
They
there
line
were
it up, you said?
tons of people lining up to get their hands on this thing. And what's insane about it is what they were willing to spend and line up in the dark for.
Big bank?
Bro. Yeah. Dropped a golf ball in a bucket of water. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Yeah, let's do it, buddy.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long, it's a creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Oh, you feel that? That's creep running down your spine. It's the creep cap on WCMF.
Pat can't get enough.
Did you have to take such a big bite?
Nobody's going to take it away from
I
you.
didn't need to take a big bite.
There's still half left.
I'm working on it right now.
Not when his mama gets a hold of it.
God,
That's what she says. Ate the whole thing. Down it goes. Not even Saturday night.
Did you see him at Dick's? Yeah.
I think your mom works there.
Shut up.
She shines everything up nice. This is her shining the museum pieces. Wax on, wax off. I can't roll joints. I'm not good with my fingers. Unless I'm at your mama's.
Okay, like, don't lash out at me.
And I give her all the pocket squares she can handle.
Don't lash out at me.
Both sticky.
You.
Strip down, boy. Sun's out, nips out. I mean, when you're with her and you got satellite tail over here and over there.
Satellite tail?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
The Russians first one in space with that.
Yeah, you Sputnik all over her.
For him to smugly say, "Oh, I got it here," and you probably.
I went to and I was
What town is that? Sucksville, USA.
No, that's where your mom lives.
Damn it!
She's the queen.
Give me. She's the queen of a town.
She's the queen of Sucksville. Get the crown and everything. Queen suck, they call her.
Shut up. No, it doesn't
Oh,
say.
the tomato squirts. Worst Heinz product of all time.
Well, no, it was my least favorite Chubby Checker song. Come on, baby.
Let's do the tomato squirts like we did last summer.
So good to be a creep.
There it is, the creep cap on CMF. Tommy, are you familiar with the Nintendo Switch?
No.
It is the third highest selling video game console of all time.
Damn.
So the original Nintendo Switch came out in 2017. They have sold worldwide, Nintendo, 152 million of these.
God damn.
It's sold more than the original PlayStation, the PlayStation 3, the Xbox 360, both Game Boy and Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance. It's like a phenomenon.
So this is like number one all time.
You got it. So a year ago, folks were alerted that the Nintendo Switch 2 was going to be released.
This is a new version.
You got it. The newest, more updated
Okay.
version. And if I'm not mistaken, there have been delays, like false starts, all this stuff.
Okay.
Oh.
Yesterday, the Nintendo Switch 2 finally went on sale.
Roll it out.
You got it. They sold out online immediately.
Okay.
Which meant the only chance for some video game lovers to get their hands on this thing was to go to the actual store.
You got to hit the streets.
You got it. And last night, dozens of Rochesterians brought out their folding chairs and their phones
Sad as this.
and their backpacks and waited in line at Best Buy to get their hands on the Nintendo Switch 2.
This is a little sad.
There's not a place in America you can buy one right now for retail.
Yeah.
So it's sold out.
Sold out completely. The only chance these
So
people
why would
had.
they go into Best Buy? If they
Well,
sold
because
out.
they waited for the doors to open.
Yeah.
Did they start selling them at midnight, or did they have to wait
I
till
didn't
this
see
morning?
what time.
But it sounds like they're going to be out quick too.
Yeah, well, I mean, the people that were waiting in line got them,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
the front of the line.
Mhm.
252 WCMF. Did anybody go last night and check out this scene, get their Nintendo Switch 2? You're probably not up yet if you were up
Yeah.
at midnight
Yeah.
getting it. Kimmy, do me a favor, because I think I know what it costs. Can you please Google what these people were willing to spend and wait in line for the Nintendo Switch 2 last night?
So is this something that I buy, but I still got to buy the games on top of that?
Yeah,
or
of
is
course.
it
Yeah,
all?
it's a console.
Oh, it doesn't come with the game?
I'm sure it comes with some.
But they whack you for every game.
So
you know.
I think you're being old school again. I think you'd pay to download the game.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm just saying no. The initial cost ain't it.
Yeah, no.
You're gonna have to buy. You have to pay to play, basically.
Either download or pay for a subscription
Okay.
service. Yes, I think so. All right, Kimmy, the cost of the Nintendo Switch 2?
$500.
God damn, $500 for a stupid game. I thought
actually-
everybody was broke.
I mean, that's actually cheaper than some of the other.
Who's got that? What kind of kids got
like,
that kind of money?
Xbox is usually more, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not just a handheld, so you can play it just with your hands, like
Yeah.
away. You can also put it on like a TV. It's called a hybrid system. It's one of the first hybrid.
Play it anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. On your
Yeah.
TV, on your hands, even with your chicken pox. That doesn't work. I don't know why I said that. So these people not only waited in line,
Yeah.
They were willing to drop 5 large
Mm-hmm.
to get it on their hands.
Yeah.
Why are you bothered by this?
It's sad.
Why?
Well, first of all, I'm sick of this, the economy, and you get money for this crap.
Well, I mean, there are
And it's
people.
a stupid game.
People budget their
Entertainment.
Yeah, different. No?
I don't know. That's what you want to waste your money on?
Well, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm looking at a picture of the folks waiting in line. They all look to be between like 22 and 30.
It's going to be a sea of dorks.
I mean, you could describe it that way.
Yes.
You could describe it as a sea of dorks.
I mean,
Lonely boys.
It's definitely got like stereotypical gamers.
Yeah,
right?
Lost Lonely Boys.
Lost Lonely Boys?
Yeah.
Is that like Los Lonely Boys?
No, this is the...
This was the female
This is the
equivalent?
pasty version of Lost Lonely Boys.
Los But you were saying, Kevin.
It is funny that it's like it's a wait in line kind of situation because I feel like with the last few releases of these big gaming consoles that have come out, like you have to do it the way you would a big concert or something. Like you get in line for it online. When
But he said they tapped that out.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there was a queue to buy them.
But I guess that's my point. Is like I don't remember the last time they actually did like an in-store release like this.
And I don't get this.
Besides maybe like the last time I remember this was like one of the iPhone releases.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But if you wait a month, you'll get your game.
Yeah, but you
right?
gotta wait a month.
So what?
You're a month of not playing it. I mean, these people are passionate about it.
But is it like bragging rights that you got the first one? Because what's the difference if you waited a month? Because you probably got the lesser version at home now you can play.
Well, you have the Nintendo Switch 1, but it's not the Nintendo Switch 2.
I get it, but that doesn't satisfy your Jones.
I mean, again, like
Well, sometimes the upgrades stop working and it kind of becomes almost like useless technology. I don't know.
So it's
with
obsolete.
The Switch, how bad it's gotten, but I know with like people with older versions of like PlayStation or Xbox, like they can't play their games anymore because they're not compatible.
Chrissy writes us on Instagram. Again, we're talking about the Nintendo Switch 2 being released yesterday. It sold out online immediately. People were waiting in line at the Best Buy in Henrietta to spend $500 each on the few that they had. And, you brought up, Kimmy, why would they not do this all online?
Mm-hmm.
I think it helps Nintendo a ton, where you got this now news stories in every city in
Oh,
America
yeah.
of people
So,
waiting
yeah.
in line. That's
Yeah.
why you do it. Chrissy writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. She says, I deliver for Walmart. They had pre-order, and they delivered them all yesterday morning. I delivered 15 of them to 15 different houses. Maybe 5 people came outside when I got there, all of them men in their 30s.
Like waiting to receive it.
I get it.
Sure.
You've never had something you were just looking out
Yeah,
the
I
window,
guess.
waiting for?
But you got something $500 coming to the door.
Yeah, you wait that out.
I mean, it is bizarre when you look. I got a list in front of me
Yeah.
of the highest selling consoles in the history of games. So those are the things you play the games on.
Yeah.
All right, Kimmy, you want to take a shot at what's number 1?
It has to be maybe one of the PlayStations.
Okay, you're almost there.
I don't know. I don't even know what they're called.
PlayStation 2
Okay.
is the highest selling console of all time. I would ask you the second, but you wouldn't be able to guess it.
PlayStation 1.
No, idiot. Nintendo DS is number 2.
Oh.
And that's another handheld. But the PlayStation 1, that sold 100 million, over 100 million.
God damn.
That's 6th.
6.
6th. And like if you look at the like original Nintendo, that's outside of the top 10. They sold 61 million. Now granted, there's more people that have access to this
Right.
stuff now, but like you look at like the revolutionary
What a
things that,
racket. What?
like the Nintendo Entertainment System, the original Nintendo, changed the way society operated. Same with Atari, like
Changed
the original
America.
Atari. I mean, it did. It changed the world.
It really did.
Well, I mean, I guess maybe that's why PlayStation 2 is number 1. If I'm not mistaken, that was like the first like console everybody had the ability to plug in internet-wise and like play each other.
Oh, that could be.
So now you didn't have to be in the same.
So you went
Connection.
online. and
Yeah.
just played
Yeah.
So you had the
With
ability
your
to.
gamer buddies.
Well, yeah, but it did change the way we work. Like now, connecting with somebody, video game or not, in another room, another country, another city, it's just commonplace.
Oh.
Are you not appreciating?
Well, it's just weird that he sees this as such a waste of money when he
It is.
literally, you talked about how much you spend on one pair of socks from random countries around the world. I would argue.
I thought you were going to go with my pornography problem. But
Also
okay.
that.
Also that.
Stick with the socks.
I mean, you could
Which
throw a
you
bunch
could
of
tie into
stuff out
pornography.
there that people would look at and be like, why are you doing that?
Well, it's style. It's fashionable.
You can't just wear a regular pair of socks.
But you can find like a similar pair of socks here
It's more of a lifestyle.
third of the
American-made
price.
socks.
By the way, there ain't.
There are American-made socks.
They're all called alpaca, and you laugh at them.
Go to Marshall's and buy the same socks for like $2.
You can't buy those socks.
I don't know.
Italian
Might
sock.
be at Marshall's.
I love how you go, I'm going to laugh at the alpaca socks, not the dark maroon socks you wore the other day.
Those things were sharp.
So Ripped Van Winkle writes us on Instagram, Duffy at WCMF. Apparently, there were a bunch of people who got their Nintendo Switch 2s, opened them up, and find out that they stapled through the packaging into the screen and it was damaged.
Oh.
Wait, there's a
it was a package.
there's a TV screen on it?
Yeah, it's a handheld, so I can play like this, or I can take the whole thing and plug it into my TV.
Oh,
and play
okay.
like that. But yeah, like you can walk around and play with the screen.
So they damaged it when they packaged it.
Oh,
That's a fact.
You spend all that money, you wait.
Now you got to return it and wait.
And then everyone else is playing it. You ain't got it.
You're out.
Oh,
Loser.
Oh, man.
Loser. You're out, man. Outdated.
We come back.
Hey, I took your job.
We wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing Monday next on CMF. How about these lease specs?
Audio Friday Reverie.
For Friday Break Room CMF. All right, here is your final warning.
This is it.
We are 2 hours and 7 minutes away from the close of all submissions. The Rochester's Sexiest Dad 2025 edition. If you want to get in by noon today, you upload your picture to WCMF.com. You will not see it immediately because it has to go through the penis and crack examination.
There's a process.
Yes, because again, you guys will not stop sending sending us
PP pictures.
Yes, PP pictures. Thank you. So get it in by noon. Voting will start next week. You can also go to WCMF.com, peruse all of the competition that's already there. We have crossed the 50 dad threshold.
Wow.
So
that was your goal.
I'm going to predict, Kimmy, we are at 65 dads by the time we close.
Okay, yeah, that's about the pace we're on right now.
That's very impressive.
I'm aware, Tommy, that there are dads that are waiting as late as possible to try and take the best picture they can based on what is already up.
Yeah.
Strategy.
There's some stiff
Oh,
competition.
and by the way, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter
there is.
when you submit it. All the pictures are random every time you open it up.
Yeah,
So
you got it.
Yeah, so you're not going to be like first up if you're the last to submit.
You got it. So you have until noon. WCMF.com. Again, the winner this year brings home a watch valued at $500.
$500
from our good friends at Heritage Jewelers. And voting will start next week. We'll give you all the information on that when we get back here Monday here on CMF. We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who has been a glimpse into what women are finding sexy in dads.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, you were breaking down shirtless guys yesterday. Did a great job.
Thanks.
You're welcome. For Tommy Muley,
Yep.
also big fan of shirtless guys.
Yeah, I
I think we were all in on the shirtless breakdown.
Yeah, no. I mean, look, I mean, there's a difference between shirtless breakdown and fan of shirtless.
Okay.
I think we all have our favorites, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, we talked about.
I like a clean cut, man.
Well, the one guy next to the grill, Matthew from Newark. Again, perfect nipple size to gut ratio.
And he's got hot dogs.
Yeah, he does. But he's Pet Duffy. We'll see you back here Monday morning, 6 a.m. in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.